Greetings and peace from throughout the boundless universes. This is none other than I, aka Pi Pittman, coming to you from New University, IAML, IML, Indigenous Aesthetic Mathematics and Linguistics. Please join us to this shadow hour. We'll be talking about a couple of things. One of them is a question that I actually just ran across on Facebook, and I was actually going to read this book anyway. It's a book called El Katu Shil El Mawut, The Book of the Dead, by Dr. Malachi Ziyor, coming forth by day. So I was going to read a little bit of that book, mainly just the introduction, because that's the part that I really wanted to read, was because it referred to some of the things I said on the board the other day and yesterday as well, and some things pertaining to who we are as a people. So I'll be much obliged if everybody that's watching the video would please, remember that we have the things that we have on the board right behind me, the things listed that we talked about yesterday. We still have those things to purchase, to get, whatever you want to call it, to acquire. Yet and still, we'll continue to put forth this information. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Let me see who that is. A little small. Okay, yeah. More? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Good name. So yeah. But so tonight, this shadow hour, we're gonna be reading from the Book of the Dead, coming forth by day, by Dr. Malachi Ziyor. But I was just talking to you all about a couple of things that we need to get done, and that requires funds. I did a post on that, which I will look up and I will check into in just a few minutes. And I'm just waiting and just seeing if a couple of more people come in before we get completely started, so I don't have to repeat too much. But yeah, that. Let's go right here. Okay, yeah. So the question was, let me go to the post again. The question was, should I turn it to the side? Listen. Okay, we'll turn it to the side. The question was, if Nubia is not a land according to Hotep. Greetings, guys. How you doing? Okay. That's Bastet coming in for this shadow. The question is, if Nubia is not a land according to Hotep and Caucasians, who is Sutuk and Nut? Who is Sutuk and Nut? Set and Nubet, right? What doesn't Nut mean? So that's a great question. That's an excellent question. That's a beautiful question. If Nubia is not a land, according to Hoteps, now you really have to be careful with that, because there's no such thing as Hoteps. Hotep is a family bloodline, and I'm a part of that bloodline, the Imhotep bloodline. That's a family royal bloodline. A man who be, who became incarnate a god on the planet Earth, Imhotep. So, and we respect that name because that's our family lineage. That's a bloodline link back. He put his Haanu in what you'll call in Hebrew, the best way I can terrapin, but he put his hind in the statue and left it behind so people could consort with him on certain levels. So that's a spirit being. So we really don't disrespect the elders. That, I see a lot of people do things like that too with like Yoruba names and different things like that. People shouldn't do that. These are sacred tones and sacred names. The name Hotep is a sacred name. So if Nubia is not a land according to Hotep and Caucasian, who is Sutuk and Nup? So now the question is, who is Set of Nubet? Now I want to make a distinction that where you see Sutuk, that's Set. Now, when you see Nup, that's still another name for Set. I'll show you in a minute. So, and it could be Set of Nubet, or Nepti, not Nubet, because in modern English translations of the hieroglyphs, this would mean Set of Nubet, and that would make Nubet feminine. But Nubet is in relationship to gold, not really a woman. But as a country, this would be correct. It would be a female mother of the country, Nubet. And this would cause some confusion. So now what doesn't Nubet mean? Nupt or Nupt, which we are bound to think, since we heard all this, means the word gold. That's what the word Nupt means. It means gold. Now, people are bound to think. People are bound to think that okay. I'll be back. So people are bound to think that the word newt means brown from the word nub. So now we have to distinguish which one it means. Does it mean brown from Nubian or does it mean gold? In this regard. In this regard, when it's talking about set or what set is from or what set is represented, it would mean gold. It would mean gold. Now, the word Nubia would mean brown. Sorry about that. Let me go back. So the word Nubia would mean brown. So this is what we're saying right here. Okay. So the word Nubia would mean brown. And so I'm going to show this in a book. So before people start replying, let me show you what Dr. Malachi York said. Because these are students of Dr. Malachi York, as far as I'm concerned. If Nubia, now that means brown. Nubia means brown people. Nub is from the word nub. It's from the word nub, or nub. Now, it's not a land according to Hotep. Now, I don't know who told them that Nubia is not a land. When this land, America, is Nubia. That's for one. Two, I don't know who told them that Nubia was not a land because it was the name of the land according to history when the people of the land were called Nubians that lived along the Nile River. Those people were called Nubians. Now we could be specific and then we could say, well, it was the ones in Ethiopia. No, not true. The Egyptians were called Nubians. The Ethiopians were called Nubians. Egyptos, which is the Greek word for Egyptian, Egyptos, and the word Ethiops are the same word, which we very well may see in this book. If I recall right, it's written in the book that I'm about to read. So according to the Hoteps and Caucasians, who is Sutuk and Nuch? Set of Nubet, we already done established now there is no real thing as Hoteps. As far as Caucasians go, Caucasians, meaning those Caucasus Asians who lived in the Caucasus Mountains as Asiatics, those people right there, those are in no way related or in no way on no level in any way ever met any of the what you'll call the hotels other, other than Abraham, who brought Sarah and her into Egypt and then married Hagar, the daughter of Imhotep and Rasha. So when Abraham was given the formula to make a pig in a laboratory in a scientific experiment using a cat, a rat, and a dog, when Abraham grafted a pig or a sow or a hassa, whatever you want to call it, a swine, when he grafted this thing, he took it up there to the Caucasus Mountains in order to clean up the lepers. And I said the other yesterday, I think it was, where we talked about abracadabra, and abracadaver to cross over a dead body. But the magic spell abracadabra was the magic spell to actually cross over the dead body, which Abraham named Abra, means to cross over. It also means father of nations. Ab meaning father, which we showed last night, and heart in Egyptian. Ab meaning father, and heart in Egyptian. Heart is Ab in Egyptian, and reversed is Ba. So Abraham was part Egyptian. Now, the story that they don't tell you is about the Great Deluge and where the flood of Noah took place. The question that has to be asked in that regard, and we'll read about some of it in this book, the question that has to be asked in that regard is if Noah was pre-flood, if Noah existed before the flood, then you tell me, where was Noah before the flood? Where was Noah before the flood? Noah lived along the Nile before the flood. Noah was a Nilotic person before the flood. The flood that you're talking about took place as part of the inundation of the Nile, the flooding of the Nile. So this great deluge was none other than the flooding of the Nile from all the way from Mount Kilimanjaro and the Cherub Dam, Lake Victoria they call it, all the way down the Nile, all the way up to northern Africa. However, down the Nile. Because, and the reason why this exists, this type of paradigm exists in Egypt, is because the earth wasn't always on the axis that it is now. There was a pole shift, and with the pole shift, the Nile began to flow another way. The Nile flows upward now. It doesn't flow downward. And it flows upward for more than 4,000 and something miles. And it flows back into itself. So the Nile is a huge river. And if it ever inundated fully, then it would appear to flood the whole world. So that's what the Nile is. The Nile flowed all the way up into Sudan, into Ethiopia, into Egypt. All of the cataracts, the Gishon, the Pishon, or the Blue and White Niles, the Tigris and Euphrates, the Ezekiel and Faratu rivers, and these four rivers were once one river called the River Nile. And the Garden of Eden started after the Nile had already flowed and people had already lived along the Nile. You know that because in the Bible it reads, or in the Old Testament it reads, or the five books of Moses, whatever you want to call it, the Pentateuch, the Torah, the Tanakh, whatever you want to call it. They took these stories and they began to, you know, kind of water them down just like this flood. However, the same way Moses was in water, you know, and his little story, comparable to Noah's story, but Noah them, the Nile was flowing, and then in the Bible it reads that then the Nile turned into two rivers. Then it turned into four rivers. This the White and Blue Niles and the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This is what the Nile turned into. But at that point, when it turned into that, that was the Garden of Eden, because it says that it was it highly, it went around highly, just like the Havila height, highly, it went around to go around, so it encircled itself highly. That's the word being used there, and so that became the enclosed garden of delight, because now you know now that it wasn't a fence, it was water, it was a river that it went around the Garden of Eden. That's what enclosed the Garden of Eden. That's the first time you heard that. Show me anybody on the internet told you that, and I'll retract my statement. Okay, so now this was the enclosed Garden of Eden, and from Sumer you'll find a place called Aden, and you'll find a place called the Gulf of Aden, and there you'll find where the Nile River flows back into itself. There's another thing that I'll tell y'all too. There's another secret about Egypt that I'll tell y'all too that you never heard about this word Nut or Nub, because they say it's no land called Nub. But I'm gonna show you something. So if I get reminded, if I can remember. So now, so this is what we're about to read about and about to talk about. The question was, or is, if Nubia is not a land according to Hotep, okay? If Nubia is not a land according to Hotep and Caucasians, Caucasus Asians, Asiatics, who is Sutuk of Nub, Set of Nubet, what doesn't Nub mean? I'm going to tell you what Nub means, and I'm going to tell you what Nub doesn't mean by way of the master, the supreme Grand Master teacher, Dr. Malachi York, Amanube Rapta. And he writes in the book, Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, he writes in this book, after he references it is no coincidence. He talks about a little bit about the black stone. We don't want to really read that. The Declaration of Independence, I apologize, the Declaration of Innocence. And that's the way you say it, y'all, is the Declaration of Innocence. It's not the negative confession. That's Catholicism. We don't have a confessionary. We don't have any of that. That is Catholicism. We have the Declaration of Innocence before the Natiru of the tribunal. That's what we have, the tribunal. So we have the Declaration of Innocence. So we declare our innocence. We say, I am not this. Or, you know, like that. We'll get into that. But in the commandments, which he going to teach, and I'll let Dr. York teach you. I ain't going to overtalk Dr. York. Let me read it. That's what I don't want to do. Inscribed by Dr. Malachi York, HTM. Scroll 52. In the blessed and holy name of the great Nectar, Usir, son of Geb and Nut, children of the majestic Amunura, 125, the Declaration of Innocence before the Nectar of the tribunal. 19 times 2 equals 38. 1. O wide strider, who came forth from Anu, Heliacus, I have not done wrong. Keep in mind, that's the name of our new numbers. Anu. On and new. Right there. On and new. O wise Strider, who came forth from Anu, Heliopolis, I have not done wrong. 2. O fire, embracer, who came forth from Kiminu, Hermopolis, ancient religious city in middle Alcam, associated with Tahuti. I have not robbed. So notice we say, I have not done wrong in 1. I have not robbed in 2. These are declarations of innocence, not negative confession. This is not a commandment to follow. Maya is an order. So then it reads 3. O nosy. So in 1 we have O wide strider. I have not done wrong. In 2 we have O fire embracing. I have not robbed. In 3 we have O nosy, who came forth from Kiminu, Hermopolis, ancient religious city in middle Alcam, associated with Tahuti. I have not stolen. 4. O swallower of shades. That's beautiful right there. O swallower of shades, who came forth from Kemet. I have not slain people. That means I have not slain a person. We were the people of the earth, the Diné. And don't say that Diné is the wrong word, because even in Native American tongue, the word is Diné. And they say Diné. The name of America is Diné. The name of this country is Diné. Say that. That's the real name of this country. I didn't even disclose that yesterday. But the name of this country, the United States, other than being New Babylon, other than being a spiritual Sodom and Egypt, other than being Turtle Island, other than being the land of the frogs, other than being Atlan, Amexam from Aksam, other than being all that, other than being North America, South America, and all that, and Canada, and all that, this place is called the Neta. Say it, the Neta. And that's in what you will say, the Diné language. Some people call it Navajo, but it's the Diné language. All of the people. When you say we are the people in the Constitution or whatever, that came from the Diné. The Yamasi say Diné talk. But we say, as Olmec and Yamasi and Kolomoki, we say Ta Diné, the same word. Let me write that on the board. I don't want to bump my screen, so I got to get up like that. Now, let me see. We're going to write that on the board right quick. We ain't going to get off subject. We're just going to write the word Ta Diné and the word Diné Ta on the board so people can see what's happening here. Okay. That don't want to come off, so but yeah, so Diné Ta and Ta Diné. Let me get another napkin. We're going to get that off. But we're going to talk about this. I apologize for the long wait. I didn't know that would stick up there like that. So now I know overnight, even though I put erasable mark on here, for some reason it gets stuck on there anyway. So now I know. But that's almost enough room for us to do what we want to do. Okay. Okay. Let's get a dryer and dry it off a little bit. And let's vibe the markers works here. Let's see now. Okay. Okay. So now, I said in the neck, we're writing in all caps. The neck. Well, actually, let's do this. It ain't that. It's here. The neck. I'm thinking about an iron. That's the neck. The neck. The neck people. That's the name of all other people in the United States. And the name of the United States is the neck. Top. Now, anybody that speaks Egyptian or say they speak Meduneta, anybody here knows what this is. This is the net top. Now, if we trace this back, and we said last shout out, we said you need your language, you need your language, you need your language, you need your land, you need your law, and you need your, what we said, your lifeblood, your blood link, your lifeblood link, that blood link, that moled, that original birth. You need that. You need that original birth, not just original birth land, but you need an original birth, moled. And then you need a law. So the original birth is what makes you a native. It makes you a native, original birth. That's why Jesus, they have the nativity scene. Yahshua, the nativity scene. And then if you want to claim your land, then this is your country. This is your land of original birth. This is your origin then. This becomes your origin, right? And this becomes your nativity and your origin. But you see, notice nativity, your nationality, your naturalist, naturalization, your nation, your mother, your umi, your nation, your origin, your land, your native land. Then you have your law, right? Which is oral law, right? Just like ancient Egypt, because you couldn't speak Meduneta. So our language, right, was written, then it was spoken. That's right. We had, just like the doggone, look at the doggone. Think about this now. The doggone to this day do not have a written language. They was in Egypt. They only write in pictures and in signs and in symbols. That's what the doggone do. The doggone only write in signs and in symbols. Thank you. Thank you for the love signs. Thank you for big up in the video. We're going to rock with this, though. I'm going to show y'all something. And I'm a product of both of these nations. Both of them. The Egyptians, the Tardanek, or the Tardanek, and the Denetah. So let's go ahead on with our Olmec, Turanian, Dogon, Sumerian, Egyptian side. Because the Dogon go back all the way there, and that's who the Olmec from. So here we go. So then we get the Ta, De, Neg. And we can add that to it too, just like that. Ta, the neg, ta, the neg. And what does it mean? Ta, from Egypt, from earth, from Tahite, from the word Tiamat, Tawaret, from the word ta, the word earth, ta. It's that simple. That's got that one syllable word. And then here go the people. Deneg. That means the people of the land, the people that the land belongs to. That's what that means, our land. So now you got the neg. Tell me y'all ain't never heard that word before. The Dene. That's who we are. This is where the word negro. This the real neg. This the real neg. Negaru, negas, negad. This the real. That's the real one. This the real us. This the real one. They don't know this. They not linguists. They don't know what we talking about here. Now, then we have the neg, ta the neg, the neg ta. So now, and don't let me, I'll go and tell you this too. One of the ancient names for this land, America, is called El Ganun Nuba. We're going to get into it though, because it's in the book. So I ain't going to overtalk Dr. York. I'm going to let Dr. Malachi York tell that. So now we got Ta Dene and Dene Ta. And these are the Dene people here in America. And we're the same people as the Dene. We got the same ceremony. Ours is 50 years. Theirs is 60 years. We already showed how they both happen every 300 years. And they have a 300-year intercession. And so we talked about native, we talked about oral, we talked about and your language. Your language is written in signs and symbols as Native American. We had an oral law, and everything we wrote was in signs and symbols. So our language was our mother's tongue. Our language was our mother's tongue. But our script was in hieroglyphs. Now watch this now. The Egyptians, as a people, we wrote in pictures. So you couldn't speak in pictures. So what language did the Egyptians speak if you can't speak in hieroglyphs? If you can't speak in Medu-Neter, because Medu-Neter is pictures, and Medu-Neter is the words of the Neter. So then we say, if you can't speak in pictures, then you can't speak the words of the Neter. And that would make sense, that you can't speak the words of the Neter. You can see the words of the Neter. You can look at the words of the Neter. You can interpret the words of the Neter. But you can't speak the words of the Neter. If you can speak the words of the Neter, then you can have power over the Neter. Dr. Malachi York gave an example one time. He told a young lady, he said, if you knew the name of God, then just like ISIS wanted to know the name from Ra, even poisoned him with a serpent and made Ra fall sick and wanted the name to restore Heru so that she could have a baby when Osiris got killed by Set. Neb-T, who we talking about right now. The person that owned all the gold, Neb-T, owned the city of gold. And so when Isis made this clay serpent out of clay, notice the clay clan. She made a serpent out of clay, and the serpent rose up at the point where Ra rose up at Atum, and she bit the old man. She bit Atum. The serpent bit Atum. And Atum fell sick, and nobody could help him. Nobody could help him. The world fell dark. Nobody could help him. Ra couldn't get up. Isis did. That's right. Isis did. She took power over the sun. And then she went and talked to her grandfather and told him what she wanted. And he tried to trick her and give her a false name, and she didn't fall for it. And he had to give her the real name. And that's how Isis became the most powerful god in Egypt and the most powerful god to ever live. That's how she did it. Now, she knew the magic word to become a Heru. Now, so it became the mother tongue. From that, the throne and the tongue and the language was given by the mother. From that example, what I just gave is where the mother tongue comes from. So now you have the origin, you have the language, the land, the law, and the lifeblood. Now, the law here in America, as Native Americans, we had an oral law. In Egypt, we had a written law. Here, in the origin of the land of America, is called the net or the netar. In Egypt, in our land, in Africa, it's called Tadanet. This mother language is called the net. This mother language over here is called the net. So this is who we are. These people are the same people. So when you talk about the 13th tribe and Dinah, the female, Dinah, that's who you're talking about. These people. When the Israelites say that the Native Americans are part of the Israelite tribe, they right. The Daneh tribe is a part of the Israelite tribe. They related to Dinah and the tribe of Naphtali. Naphtali. They related to these Israelites. And you can find that written in the Holy Tablets, that they are the Israelites. They are a remnant, as mentioned in the book of Revelations, they are a remnant of the Israelites. And they are part of these people who came from Egypt. And they're not to be confused with the Hopi. The Hopi are a separate set of people. The Hopi are from Happy, Nile Valley, Happy, the ruler of the Nile, Happy, and his 4 sons. Mseti, Duamutef, you know. So, what else I was going to tell you? And it's the Dogon, right? Dogon. Sorry, Dogon. Look at this now. Hopi, Dogon. Happy, Mali. Look at that. Happy, Mali. Hopi, Dogon. And you can even say Dogri. If you want to, you can say Dogri. Didn't give. He's the same people. Dogri. So, now, these Happy and Mali have this same 60 and 50-year ceremony that they perform called the Sagui, or the seed run, or the seed ceremony. And they perform that. And they all are matriarchal tribes. The Dogon as well as the Mali. I mean the Dogon as well as the Hopi. They're really matriarchal tribes. And the Dogon has an elder called a Hogan. A Hogan. And the Hopi, like the Net or the Navajo, live in what's called a Hogan. So these people have an elder called the Hogan, and these people have an elder that lives in the Hogan. And the Hogan is gun. Ho gun. And gun means shape, like geometry, hexagon, octagon, pentagon. And the Hogan is shaped like that. It means shape or form. Even in Dogon, to form or to become an elder. Hogan, to form or to build a building as an elder. Hogan, in both languages. So these people are, not only are we related through the Hopi, the Mali, Dogon, and the Hopi through Happy, but we also related through that biblical line where Abraham married Hagar, the daughter of Imhotep. Where Abraham married the daughter of Imhotep, we of that bloodline that comes to the 13th tribe, Dinah, which is related to also Dan, which means to judge because of the rape of Dinah. Dan in judgment, and Dinah, which where they get the word dinar for money. Dinar, or in Spanish, dinero. Same thing, and that ain't Spanish. This is not even Spanish. This is the name. That's right. This is the name. So, let me see. So, Dan and Dinah and Naphtali. And so, it's one more I wanted to tell you about that we should miss. Oh, it's Manasseh, and Ephraim. And really, mainly Ephraim, because he's the one gonna get the double fruit. So mainly it's Ephraim. But these tribes right here. And then they even have Ishmaelite link. Naphtali and the Ishmaelite never hope. Never hope. Watch this. Never hope. Never. Never. Just like Egyptian. Never. But this is Egyptian because this is Hagar's son Ishmael. Abraham married Hagar, who was an Egyptian of the Hotep bloodline. She married Abraham and produced Ishmael. And Ishmael produced a son called Nebahoth. And Nebahoth is the same word as Navajo. Navajo. So these Navajo people, who are the only people who was able to maintain the largest reservation in the United States, that the Hebrew Israelites never tell you about. For some reason, God didn't give them the will to fight, but they still got the land that we'll leave it at that. We won't go no further. But they still have it. Even though it's controlled by the federal government, even though it's a reservation, I know, I live there. You don't have to tell me. I study there. I study with the elders. I study from the elders. So now, we got Navajo, we got Nebaho, we got the Nero, we got the Nar, we got the Ne, the Nar, the Neg, gold, the Ne, the Neg, the Nar, gold, and we're going to find the same thing in Egypt. Where we find Nepti, gold, Nuban, Nepti, Nuban, Nepti, gold. We're going to find the same thing in Egypt with Nepti and Nub. The same thing we see here with the Nar, the Ne, and the Neg. Now, I don't know when they're coming out to the reservation so they can learn how to speak the Ne, or Navajo, or Hopi, Hopi Tushinimu. I don't know when they're coming out there to learn how to speak these languages. And I don't know when they're going to learn that you can't speak in pictures in Medunetum, but you can interpret it, and we'll give you that. And we can come up with sounds and tones that make the sounds of animals that we know. Like the word for cat in Egypt is mew. So, okay, meow. Okay, so that's cat. Give you that. Good. The word for bird, okay. Good for that. I'll give you that. But beyond that, when we get into names like Ren, then we can say the word Ren means Ren, or name, but we can't say that when we see a person that is Iset, because the word Iset actually means something and not really a person. So now, who is that person? And so you can't interpret, you can't read that person. You have to interpret that. You have to interpret the scene. It's a scene there. It's a picture. It's art. You can't read pictures. You can't read art. You don't even write art. You draw art. So then you can't even write in Medunetum. So to interpret it as the writings of God would be wrong. It can't be the writings. It would have to be the pictures or the drawings or the art, the liberal art. Okay? So now we get back to this. Dan, Dina, the Nar, the Nero, the Neg, Revelation 6:6, the dinar, Caesar, the scales, the measurements, Ma'at, the money, the math, the mystery of the harlot, the mail, the messages, all that ties in to what we're talking about here. Everything I just named. And I say all that because this video can be played back 1,000 times, y'all. You can listen to that 1,000 times. You can write down what I just said and you can go and check me out. I'm not going to tell you no lie. I'm going to tell you everything I got taught and everything I heard, just like I'm supposed to. I'm only going to tell you what I heard. So now, here we go. We got this. And so, that's it. We'll stop right there. But this native, this oral, this origin, this mother, language, origin land, this oral law, this native life, blood, this gives you your nationality. This is what bases your nationality. You cannot have a nationality unless you know your language. The net, your land. The net ta the net, your law. The net, your lifeblood. The net ta the net, lifeblood. My motherland, my umi, my my nation, my ummah, right? My knowledge. That's right. So I was gonna tell you that the name of this place is El Ganun Nuba. El Ganun Nuba. It means the lawful land of the Nubans. So don't let nobody tell you that there is no land called Nuba or Nubia, because there is right here. El Ganun El Nuba. Now, and it was also called Ganawa, Ganawandalan, and El Ganun El Nuba. That's what important. Let's say it again. Ganawa, which is Geneva, like that, speak in tones. Ganawa, Geneva, Yahweh, Yahweh, same thing. Come on now. Okay, so Ganawa, Gandawandalan, which is none other than Uganda, Rwanda. Yeah, that's where that come from. And lastly, El Ganun El Nuba. El Ganun El Nuba. And that's not no Arabic. Don't think for 1 second that that's trying to speak Arabic. Because Arabic and Syriac and what they'll call Hebrew, or whatever you want to call it, and Syriac, they both came from somewhere. And where they came from was Nubic. You hear the word Nubic? You ever heard the word Nubic? Then there is a language called Nubic. There is a land called Nuba, and you live in it. You live in it. This is El Ganun El Nuba, and the language here is Nubic, and you know how to speak it, Nuwapians, and you have it. The dialect, the script, and all. And the world don't have it, and you've been had it for a long time. And it ain't been no secret. It's just been eyes wide shut. But you have it. And you use it. And you give it freely. Like the river of life. And they don't accept it as the truth. Because they don't know that the Dr. Malachi Z. York only came to bring the facts. He had no reason to lie to you. It wasn't no reason to lie to you. You were downtrodden people. You were slaves. Lie to you for what? You ain't got nothing. You can't make nothing happen. You under a spell. You sleep, you under a spell, and you dead. You sleep, you under a spell, and you dead. When you walk, you sleepwalk. When you walk, you the walking dead. You see that? So that don't mean you're alive. You ain't even conscious. So it's 4 ways you can be conscious. Let's write them down. Let's write down the 4 levels of consciousness. Because we always deal. Because the Diné teach everything in 4s. The Dogon, the Hopi, the Olmec, the Kolomoki, we teach everything in 4s. Everything in 4s, not 1, 2, 3. So let's clean the board one time. Let's get us another one of these Lysol wipes and use them on up. Okay? Let's do that and wipe this board down one more time and clean that off the neck, top the neck, Happy, Hopi, Mali, Dogon, Hogan, Elder, Native, Oral, Mother, Land, Language, Law, Lifeblood, Form, Shape, Native, Navajo, the North, the Neg, Manasseh, Ephraim, Naphtali, Navajo, the whole thing. The whole thing. You got to get all that linguistics down. We teach lingo around here. We don't just teach mathematics. It's indigenous, aesthetic, mathematics, and linguistics. And when you put mathematics and linguistics together, you have yourself a very powerful tool. It's no joke why Dr. York called himself the Supreme Grand Master and the teacher of the Supreme Mathematics of the number 19. Do not confuse the Supreme Mathematics of the number 19 with no other so-called Supreme Mathematics. Dr. Malachi York is the only person that came and truly taught the Supreme Mathematics of the number 19. And you see the results of it right here. You see the results of his work on the brain and his DNA explosions and the things that he taught coming to fruition. And we ain't talking about the phone number. But let's erase this phone number because that's really not the call-in number because Steady ain't even here. So let me erase that if I can. So yes, so we are the Diné people here in America. We the top Diné. If you want to use your Olmec Egyptian lingo, your Olmec, your Turanian, your Dogon link, your Sumerian link. If you want to link back to Egypt and you want to say Ta Diné, that's fine. Just know that that's the same word as Diné Ta. It means the people's land, the people's land. And it's fine if you want to say Diné because it's still Diné and we still all the people. And I showed you the bloodline link from the Navajo people all the way to Egypt through Abraham, through Hagar, and how Hagar became the blood link. And through Joseph, through Manasseh and Ephraim. We got that. And then we showed through Ishmael, through Navajo, through Israel, through Naphtali, and Dan, and Dan. We showed all of that in a few minutes. And now we're about to show a little bit more. And all of that was based on the lingo, just learning linguistics from Dr. Malachi York. We're going to big up Dr. Malachi York tonight because I know so many people hate to hear his name. They hate to hear that this where all this came from. This where all this came from. But that ain't the point. The point is to give credit where credit due. To let children know where they can go and get the source of this knowledge. And it's in the books that Dr. Malachi York wrote. Children, those are the only books that ever been claimed to ever say that if you read me, I'll wake your DNA up. Now the book of Revelation reads, if you read the book of Revelation, or even if you listen to the book of Revelation. Now this is powerful. It's that it reads, if you read it, or if you listen to it, you'll receive all of the knowledge and all of the blessings contained within that book. Now, only a fool wouldn't go and read a book like that. Only an idiot wouldn't go and read a book that tells you that. I would have to read that book. If the book reads, if you read this book or even listen to it, you'll receive all the blessings contained within and all the knowledge within. And most of the knowledge that they talk about, Big Brother, mentioned in the book of Revelation. The end of the world, rapture, mentioned in the book of Revelation. Year 2000, book of Revelation. Mark of the Beast, book of Revelation. 666, book of Revelation. Pi 2012-7, book of Revelation. Just anything you can name. World Trade Center bombing, book of Revelation. 9/1, 9/11. Read it. Don't believe me? Check it out. Go read 9/1, 9/11. Okay? Money, currency, the chip. Go read the book of Revelation 13:13 through 13:18 and Revelation 6:6. Whatever you want to know, whatever you want to talk about, world wars, rumors of wars, the end of the world, whatever you want to know, go read that book. And I'm talking about the book written by Dr. Malachi York, because we have El's Holy Injil, inscribed by Dr. Malachi York, 4HTM. That's the name of the book. You read 4HTM. That's why I'm here, 4HTM. So now, and don't forget this word, only. 4HTM only. I almost forgot. How could I forget? 4HTM only. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I came only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Only. Like that kind of only. HTM only. So now, let's get back to this beautiful book right here. Okay? It's worn out. You can hardly see what's going on. But look at that. This is the book we're reading from. This is the book. El Katub El Shilmawit, the coming forth by day, inscribed by none other than Dr. Malachi Z. York for HTM, just like I told you. Can hardly see it. That's black crayon. Okay, so now we was reading the Declaration of Innocence. We have made it to number 4. O swallower of shades who came forth from Kemet, I have not slain people. 5. O terrible of face who came forth from Rasta, Rosetja, name of the necropolis of Giza or Memphis. Also passages in the tomb leading to the other world. I have not destroyed the food offering. O Ruti, double lion, Ruti, double lion, form of the sun, deity, with 2 lions back to back, who came forth from the Elu, the sky above. I have not reduced measure. Notice that the word right there is Elu. If you go into Summa, the word for they heaven gonna be Ilium. And the docking port for heaven is Iana. The place where the craft land is Iana and Urana. Where the light ships land, or the firecraft, the light ships, is Urana. Where the watercraft land is Iana. Where the aircraft, Iana. Okay, like Ea, meaning water, like Neptune. Okay, that's the name of Neptune, the ancient name of Neptune. So you say Iana or Urana, like Uranus or Uranus. You see that? Uranus. So then you get Neptune, Ea, and Urana. And that sounds like Uranus, Orion. And this became the heavens. And so the Sumerian cosmology and cosmogony is the same as the Egyptian cosmology and cosmogony. And the Sumerians didn't only write in cuneiform, which was a written and spoken script, a spoken language. It was a script and it was spoken. So it was a full language. The Sumerians also used hieroglyphs before that. The pictures came before that. See, what people don't want to admit and that they don't want to tell you is that, let me sit the book down for a second and tell you this. What they don't want to tell you is that pictures are a more advanced form of communication than letters and alphabets. That's the point. Pictures are a far more advanced form of communication. Nuwapu means to convey a message that must be received, a message sent that must be received, and therefore communication. Nu. So this, it's just a lie. You just got to know that we got a lot to learn. We got a lot to catch up on. So let me finish the declarations though of innocence. O terrible of face, who came forth from Rostov, Rosetja, name of the necropolis of Giza or Memphis, also passages in the tomb leading to the other world. I have not destroyed the food offering. 6. O Ruti, double lion form of the sun deity, with 2 lions back to back, who came forth from the Elu, the sky above. I have not reduced measures. Elu is a Sumerian word. Anu is a Sumerian word. Anu is an Egyptian word, Heliopolis. Anu and Elu is an Egyptian word. Oh, and it became Greek when they said Elysium fields. Oh, he whose eyes are inflamed, who came forth from Asyut, ancient town in Middle Alcam. I have not stolen the Neterus property. I have not stolen the Neteru property because the word Neteru is already plural. But because this is an English written book, it's written with Neterus to show the English speaking person that is a plural. But by putting a U on the end of a word, it automatically becomes plural. But the thing is, one important note there is that the word Neteru Neteru. You see that? So now you have words like Heru, which is supposed to be a single person, or Haru, or Osaru. So then the you in those, would that denote more than one person or more than one incarnation? Okay then. So you can't speak in pictures. Okay? So now let's continue on. What was I? Okay. O he whose eyes, number 7, O he whose eyes are inflamed, who came forth from Asiya, same word like Isis, Asiya. In fact, her name is As, ancient town in middle of Cam. I have not stolen in their Teru's property, so that I haven't stolen the orphans, I haven't stolen the money from anybody. Oh, borrowing one, who came forth from Heminsu, Heracleopolis, religious and political city center of the West Bank in the middle of Al-Kam, near Fayoum. My book kind of messed up right there. Let me see what that reads. That reads, O burning one, who came forth from Heninsu, Heracleopolis, religious and political city on the West Bank in the middle of Al-Kam, near Fayoum. I have not stolen food. 9, O orderer of flame, who came forth from Hetaka. That's got the word Taka, Hetaka, Memphis, code center of Ta. See that? Ta. I was not selling. That means I've been hotel. I've been satisfied. I was not selling. I've been hotel. The word hotel means to be satisfied. You can say to be satiated, to be pleased. I am pleased. I am satisfied. That's what the word hotel means. So now, and Tepi, hear that word. Okay? So now, it means, O order of flame, who came forth from Hetaka, Memphis, coast center of Ta. I have not stolen. O he of the caravan, who came forth from the west. I have not fornicated with the fornicator. O he whose face is behind him, who came forth from his hole. I have not caused anyone to weep. 12. I, anointed one, who came forth from the chapel. I have not dissembled. That means I haven't broken anything up. I haven't started anything. Broken any congregations, I haven't broken nothing up. Not even bases. O hot legs, who came forth at twilight. I have not transgressed. You know how the sun walks across the ground with the hot legs? Remember how the doggone talked about the hot boots and the hot feet of the being that came down, the Yorubu? Remember how they talked about the pale fox and the tracks? And remember how Set is a pale animal that they don't know what it is, but it's an aardvark. It's not a camel with clipped ears, it's an aardvark. Set is an aardvark. And so, 14, O he who is blood, who came forth from the place of slaughter. I have not done grain profiteering. That basically means I have not stolen anybody's grain, and I have not profited from anybody else's grain. I haven't stolen any taxes. I haven't taken any money. Everything I got is mine. O eater, 15, O eater of entrails, who came forth from the council of 30. Now notice everybody who these declarations of innocence is before are all dangerous killers, hot legs, swallower of shades. Who are these beings? Who are they before? You understand that? Who is there at death? Who is there to answer to? You see Amiyet? You see she for beast at the scales of my eye, with the tribunal sitting above, looking down when you enter upon Usir, and you state these declarations of innocence, and your heart is not supposed to lie on you. And if your heart weigh more than a feather, it collapses the scale, and your heart tumbles off, and so does the feather. The feather is taught by Anubis, and the heart is taught by Amir. And Amir, she eats the heart, and that's the end of the person, because the heart is the person in Egypt. The tongue, the same thing the tongue made out of, the heart is made out of. The tongue extends itself all the way down to the heart. I think we mentioned that here. So the heart is a drum, the heart is a heartstring, it's a guitar, it's an organ, it's a piano. The heart is every instrument with the tongue and all of that intact. The teeth, the tonsils, the talk, the opening of the mouth is done with the talk and the eyes. So this is who we are, the talk, the land, our language, talk, the first talk. Okay? So now we go to 15. O eater of entrails, who came forth from the council of 30. I have not robbed a parcel of land. 16. So I have not stolen land. I have not taken anything. O master of truth. 16. O master of truth, who came forth from hall of truth, of two truths. Let's say that again. O master of truth, who came forth from hall of two truths. I have not discussed secrets. Mom's the word. 17. This is one of my favorites. O Strayer, who came forth from Bubastis, coast center of Bastet, in the eastern delta. I have brought no lawsuits. So even like in, we don't want to, guess, all of these brothers going to court and saying they're going to court and willing to go to court and saying they fighting a traffic ticket with UCC law and doing all of that and bringing lawsuits. You know, like, I'm not saying that you don't get your reparations from people. You do. In the net, we call it nilia. Nilia, that's the law, that you get your reparations from people. That's true. But the way they're going about it is wrong. And they don't know how to get reparations. And they're not sovereign. And that's not sovereign. And they're not acting sovereign. And the only person you seen act sovereign in the courtroom was Dr. Malachi York when he went in there. Straight up. That was sovereign work. That was sovereign talk. They dishonored the sovereignty, but that was sovereign talk. I'm the chief of a tribe, the Yamasee Native American. I myself am a Native American. My mother's name is Mary C. York. My father's name is David P. York. But we have Egyptian names. My people are not really from here. My mother is, but not my father. I have two different bloodlines. I'm from two different bloodlines. Honor my request. You cannot try me. I live on my native land, Rock Eagle Mound. In Eatan, Ea, that got a word again, Ea, like Neptune, like water, the name of the planet, the water planet, the twin planet, the twin truth to the planet Earth. The twin planet to the planet Earth is Neptune. And so he said, I'm from Ea, Atan, Tan. I'm from this ancient place, Ea, Atan, Tan. And so they say, well, we don't honor that. And we're not respecting the fact that you're a chief. We're not respecting the fact that you're a recognized tribe by the United Nations, that you're considered a Washita, under the Washita, as a Yamasee. Because as Yamasee, we are descendants and born of the Washita. And the Washita themselves are born of the old man. And the Kolomoki are born of the old man. And there's many other tribes born of and for and by each other, self and kind and like mind. And this is what Dr. Malachi York expressed them in court, and this is what they would not honor. And this is what they didn't want to honor. And for the legal term for the UCCs and the maritime laws and the common law, under common law, because that's really what they are, the maritime and the the water law, whatever they want to call it. But the whole thing is really under common law. And Dr. York expressed two things in court. He expressed venue and he expressed jurisdiction. Those were the key words in court. Not right now, man.
No.
Not right now. Not right now, man. I'm enjoying the live stream. So he said, Dr. York said, this was his statement. I'm a paraphrase. I'm gonna almost get it correct though. I'm just gonna paraphrase a little bit. Dr. York said to them in court, he said, according to public venue, this court does not have and no longer could hold jurisdiction. I repeat, Dr. Malachi Z. York said in court, which should have squashed the case, this single statement of sovereignty should have squashed the case. It killed venue and jurisdiction. Therefore, there was no court. Court was not held. Dr. York should not be in jail because court was not held. Because at the point he recognized his sovereignty, that's all he had to do was recognize and put them on notice, whether they recognize it or not. So now, once he put them on notice, he made the statement, I did not hire none of these people. I'm a sovereign. What are you talking about? I'm under duress. I've been held away. I've been threatened. I've been pushed around. I've been kept away from my medication. I have angioedema. I'm an old man. I'm sick. I'm tired. My wives and children have been taken away from me. They're being threatened to be put in prison if I don't confess. I'm under duress. I can't help it. I have to save them. So nobody really says this, that no, when you have a plea bargain, right? When somebody gives a plea bargain, first of all, if somebody offers a plea bargain, and I got this on tape, Dr. York said this on tape, he said this on video. If somebody offers you a plea bargain, it tells you that they already don't have the facts. Otherwise, if you have all your evidence together, you don't plead to me and you don't plead with me. I'm supposed to plead or plead guilty or make a plea of innocence or a declaration of innocence before the court and the jury. But no, I don't have to do that because I can go behind closed doors, me, Dr. York, and I can meet with the judge. I can meet with the state. I can meet with the feds. I can meet with everybody, and we can all agree in this room that I'm going to get 15 years. That's what the agreement was. 15 years. Everybody agreed to it in that room. The court, the state, the fed, the lawyers, the DA, everybody was there in that room. They all agreed that they would give 15 years for the crimes that were committed, including everything under RICO and everything under the state called anything dealing with children, whatever you want to call it. But the trafficking and the money and the RICO and the taxes, all of that, that's the feds. So that had nothing to do with the state. So, and as far as the children being moved from state to state, they had nothing to do with the state. So that's why Sheriff Seals said he had got somebody involved. But on another note, Sheriff Seals, the beginning of the thing started with a warrant. It started with a letter from somebody they say was on Kadesh, from a female they say, who was possibly underage. So, but they don't know. They didn't know whether she was underage, over the age, or whatever. So none of that don't matter. That's just thought implants to say we don't know if she was underage. It's no need in saying that. Just like there's no need in saying we don't know if she was overage. See, to say we don't know if she was underage is to plant the thought in your head that it's a possibility. And once the possibility arises, your mind can start to wonder and ponder and imagine and gain ideas and inventions and invent stuff. And then it called moosing, making up silly shit. Don't do that. Don't let people implant thoughts in your head. Think for yourself. Okay? So now, this is what they do, and this is how they did it. This is how they cast the spell. So now, they get the Sheriff Seals say that he gets a letter. What we want to know as Nuwapi, what we want to know, we go back to the origin of things. Remember that word origin up there? See the origin? Nu and an are the origin of numbers. It's the origination of numbers. So we go to the origin. And the origin is of a letter. We want to know who wrote the letter. And we'll know that when we see the letter. We want to know how old the person was. We'll know that when we see the letter. We'll be able to identify the person's age, everything. We can go get the person, see if they really wrote the letter. And we can get the letter. But guess what? You'll never find the letter. Because Sheriff Seals said he lost the letter. Because he's a liar and a cheat and they're the devil. And that's what they did. That's what they did. Now, how he ain't got the letter? So how you wrote a warrant on a letter you don't have? So now the judge trusted you and your word that somebody wrote you a letter. How did you get a warrant? How did you get a no-knock warrant? How did you go and pick a man up in the street and get the feds involved in all of that? And you don't even have the first shred of evidence. You don't even have the first shred of evidence. So everything you're doing is on conjecture and hearsay. And you operate under the color of law. And you're abusing the capacity of your authority, Sheriff Seals. So this is what Dr. Malachi York got in newspapers everywhere. This is his exact words, but nobody wants to repeat them. So now he says, he in court, and he tells them that at that court date, he tells them, I'm a sovereign. I'm a chief of a tribe. You do not have jurisdiction over me. I'm a sovereign. I'm the chief of a tribe. You do not have a venue to hold me accountable for any crime on my land. I can only be held and judged by my own amongst my peers, and none of you are my peers. And that's a rule in the court of law. That ain't slick talk. That's the law. If they not your peers, they can't judge you. They can't jury over you. They can't feel you. They can't have empathy for you. They can't have sympathy for you. They can't relate to you. They don't know what it is to be like you. So every time you've been to court, you've been railroaded because none of those are your peers. You think those Caucasians in paisley and Izod sweaters and stuff is your peers? You think they can look you in your eyes? You think they're your pupils? Because your peers are your pupils. Yeah, your pupils are your students. Are those his students? They didn't put his students on the stand. His peers, his pupils, the people that looked him in his eyes should have been on the stand. That's who should have been there. People like me. People who would have said, like I said before, and I heard people now repeat it. If I'm on the land and I'm grown and my children come on the land and I got plenty of them and they all come on the land and they go to school there and they learn on the land and they eat there and I work on the land and their mother at the time works on the land. So I got somebody coming in, y'all. So when their mother, when we all up there, and this most other people with children up there, everybody with a child, their parents is up there. It's no children up there without parents. Ask anybody. It's no children on Kadesh without parents. That's like being in the mall without your parents. Somebody gonna say, where your mom and dad at? Where you sleeping at? Where you stay at? Where you going? What you doing? It's nighttime. Where you going, young man? Where you going, young lady? You need some help? You stuck? What's wrong? That's what would have happened. So it's no wondering children around there. Everybody there cared about children. Let me give me a nap. Cause my eye water. I ain't crying, but my eye water. I got upset. So now, let's go. Let's see. So no children are wandering around on Kadesh, on the Holy Land, on Wahani, on Tamaray, on the land. No children are wandering around. Nothing ain't going wrong. You hear every video. You hear children laughing and playing and running around and having a great time in every single video. Being fed, being nurtured under the stars, in the sand, in the dirt, the red clay. Play. You see them next to the pyramids in the light. You see them. They playing all out in the open. Ain't no danger. Ain't nobody doing nothing. Ain't nobody never reported nothing. Ask yourself that. When has anybody called the police up to Kadesh and for what? And what other letters have they ever received? And if that's the only single letter out of everything that's going on, they received one letter, and that one letter escalated into 150 years, y'all being ridiculous. Ain't nowhere in the world a letter we can't find, a letter that a warrant was wrote on that we can't find, then escalated into children being taken off their land. And now after Sheriff Sealston came up there, and the state came up there, and the county, and the feds, and the city police, and all of them came up there, all of the C's, after they came up there, it was wandering children. Absolutely. It was homeless children. It was children without parents. You're right. And they were being molested by the same people that was arrested. That's who was doing the molesting. The ones who was arrested. Molesting the children's minds, talking to them without their parents, molesting the children's minds, talking to them about their bodies, talking to them about things that happened, talking to them about private parts, private things that might have happened, all without their parental consent, all without their parents there. This is illegal. These are crimes. Cases get thrown out for this. Cases don't go to court for this. It get thrown out for that kind of activity. That's what's happening here. And then people say, oh, well, why his head down? Why? He tired. He done took a plea bargain. The plea bargain, he know ain't none of it real. He done did the plea bargain so his wives and children could go home and everybody could be left alone, even the people being harassed just for the hell of it. Like myself, who having a hard time right after Kadesh, being arrested by the sheriff every 5 minutes, every other day in my town, because I got land in Blakely, Georgia, near Blakely, Georgia, in the Kolomoki Mounds, in an unincorporated part of the land, in an unincorporated place near Damascus, 19 miles outside of Damascus, is my land. And the sheriff bothered me, and he mad with me. And I opened up a social club. He come in there and he tried to tear the thing down. So this whole thing, these type of harassments went on. And come to find out, the Sheriff Jimmy Murkison in the town where I was is best friends with Sheriff Howard Seals. Don't believe me? Go check it out. So now, this what happened. So Dr. York never admitted or never pled guilty. Let's say it again. For all of the ignorance, for all of those who ignore me, for all of the deaf, dumb, and blind, I'm saying it one more time. Dr. York never pled guilty. Dr. York never put in a guilty plea. A plea bargain is not a guilty plea. You can't plead guilty in a plea bargain. A plea bargain is an agreement, not a contract. It's an agreement between me, the judge, the lawyers, the DA, the plaintiffs, the defendants, the witnesses, the jury. Everybody is in on the deal. The state, the county, the city, the Fed, everybody is in on the deal. It's no ex parte communication. Everybody has to be there and has to agree. So the state signed off on 15 years. Somebody ought to go get that paper. The plea agreement. It was for 15 years. Now, after that, They gave the plea agreement. After he did the plea agreement, he goes to court. The judge says, well, due to the fact that I checked your parole records, I checked with the parole board and the probationary hearing board. I checked with them. I checked with them because the parole board now holds the power that the governor used to hold. When the governor used to could say whether a person go to the electric chair or not and stuff like that, or a person get out like that, they gave that power over to the parole board. So now the judge says, I looked at the parole board papers and their monetization of you, and they say that they didn't see any remorse, and I haven't seen any remorse. Now, if Dr. York is a weak man, why is the judge saying he don't see no remorse? Think about this now, because all of y'all saw remorse. All of y'all saw him with his head down and his face down. Y'all saw remorse. Y'all saw shame. Say you didn't. Unless that was a camera trick, unless that was some other type of stuff, unless that was some type of clone, unless that was a government agent, unless that was a stand-in, unless that was an actor, right? What was that? If that was Dr. York, that was surely remorse in the courtroom. So who was the judge talking to then? When he said, I don't see no remorse. And on the paperwork, I don't see no remorse. But I heard on the Isles of Patmos, I done heard on those videos, I done heard Dr. York say, I apologize, I'm sorry that all of this ever even had to happen. He said the same thing in court, but they don't want to, they'll say, no, he ain't have no remorse. But he signed a plea bargain. So obviously, he has some remorse, because he could have said, no, I'm not signing the plea bargain. Leave him in jail. I don't give a damn. I'm innocent. I don't care about my family being locked up. Let them stay in jail. Let the women, let the children, let them be wards of the state. Just no, don't let them see their parents. Forget it. I'm in here. I'm a Nino Brown this mother. All of us going down. Dr. York didn't do that. Dr. York said, let my people go. Let them go. You know I ain't did nothing. You only really want me. I'm Morpheus. You really only want me. I'm running the matrix. You think if you kill the head, you done killed the body. So if you think you lock me up and can keep me quiet, then you ain't got nothing to worry about from them. You're going to go ahead and try to put them back to sleep and probably succeed with most of them with your media propaganda and your military campaign of trying to destroy my name and destroy my image and bring in newcomers that don't know my ways and bring in all type of pornography and bring in all type of stupid, silly stuff and hate the people that speak like myself, hate the elders, hate the ones who came up and grew up with Dr. York, that been with the man not long as some other elders, but since 1993, 1991, reading books. So yes, so this, and people don't respect that amount of time being around the person. These the people who should have been in court on the stand, saying if I see Dr. York almost all day, so I don't see how you can say he did this. And when I don't see him, it's only because he's surrounded by the sisters. That's the only reason why I can't see him, because he's surrounded by people. But I see him all day. I know where he at because it's screaming going on where he at. It's like Michael Jackson on the scene. There go Pops. There go Yanu. Is that Dr. Malachi York coming up? Who is that walking up there? Can we go up there and talk to him? This is what people used to say. So when he come out, everybody know. So, and when he in, you can hear him on the walkie-talkie. Go get those bricks. Go pick this up. Go take this over there. Did you go pick that up? Did you buy that? Did you purchase that? Did somebody go to Home Depot? Did somebody do this? Did Stan get right? Did you clean that? Did you do that? That's all day. And then from there, you can vouch for him being, here go the books. Dictate the books, write the books, doing this, doing that. Go get videotapes. Go get this to print to record the classes. Go get this to do this. So this man is always on the go. So it's an impossibility to do anything close. It's worse than the slave theory that we proved last night. When they say 100 million people came over here on some slave ships, man, we did the math. I think not we, but somebody did the math. Now we need to do the math. Somebody get the math. We'll do the math on here, on this platform right here, New University, right here. We'll do the math. Young Pharaoh, go get your police record thing and everything you got, and bring those syphilis and herpes papers so I can go ahead and show you how that don't work. But go get those paperwork for us, cause y'all got that COINTELPRO Connect. They won't even send it to me, but y'all go and get those paperwork and y'all bring it in here, and then y'all show me just how many people does the court documents say children got molested. We want to know how many children got molested. That's what we want to know. Now we know it wasn't no children that said they got molested. By the time the court case came around, all of what you call children were already adults. And at the time of what they call molestation, most of what they were calling children were already adults at that time, above the age of 18. So I want somebody to show me how many people they say he molested, and then over the period of time, because once we get the number of people molested over the period of time, we can see how many hours it will take, and we can get down to the nitty gritty, and we can put all the tapes together that he made, all the video recordings every day. We can put all those together. We can tell everybody here can say, I was on Kadesh on October the 19th. I saw him all day. September the 20th, I saw him all day. And so then with all of us, everybody have a date. We'll have all these witnesses. And then they'll have to prove all of us wrong. They'll have to let Dr. Malachi York go because they have no evidence. So Dr. Malachi York said, I'm a sovereign, and this court does not have venue nor jurisdiction to hold this case or to handle me. And I gave you the two reasons why. So they didn't have a venue and they didn't have jurisdiction. So it couldn't be court. But Dr. York took it a step further. He took it a step further. Guess what he said? He's so smart. He's so intelligent. Dr. York said to the judge, he said, since you changed the plea bargain and you say you're going off of my probationary record and you're going off the way you look at me, having no remorse and not willing, right? Since y'all say he pled guilty, the judge say, and Dr. York say, you said I was not willing to plead guilty. And so you're going to change 15 years and you're going to multiply that times. Hold on, y'all, for 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second. Drink a little water too. Sit back down so y'all can know I'm right here. Don't sit your water on the floor. Don't do that. Okay, unless it's absolutely necessary. We ain't in the spookism superstition. But so Dr. York told the judge, he said to the judge, he said, you don't have venue, you don't have jurisdiction. I'm a sergeant, I'm a chief. All of this matters. So you can't do this. And not only that, once you change the case, once you go off of the plea bargain, once you change the opinion of all of those people who actually came, right? Once you change the opinion of all of those people, the state, the court, the lawyer, the DA, the feds, the county, the city, the child services, all of those people were there. We can name some more, man. All of them people there, and they all were there and agreed that for the crimes that we charge him with, we agree that he can leave here and get 15 years. We'll be satisfied with the sentence. He gets out in 15 years and he could get out even sooner on good behavior and such and such and such and such. This is what it read. Go get it for yourself. Go pacer it. They the richest people in the world. Go pacer it. So now Dr. York says this to the judge. Dr. York says, once you change the agreement, then it's no longer the same case because I no longer have the plea cannot stand. So I looked it up, and you'll probably look it up if you're smart. And so I read, it's the judge's discretion. I looked up discretion legally. Don't look in no Webster dictionary. You got to look these words up legally now. I looked up the word discretion legally and lawfully, both of them at law and by law. Know those two. So I looked it up, UCC, brother. So I looked it up and I saw that discretion does not mean the judge has an authority or a right. That's not what discretion means. Discretion means that the judge is absolutely bound by the agreement that he made in the plea bargain. That's what it means. That's his discretion. His discretion is that he absolutely bound and committed to going to those people that I just talked about and talking to them about the decision that he's making regarding Dr. York, which did not happen. So when he did that, he came to the case and he said, I'm making a decision to change the case. Dr. York said to him, wait a minute, I already told you, you can't change the plea. You can't change the plea. You have to, it becomes another court date. It becomes another hearing. I'm not being heard on the plea bargain. I'm being tried now on a guilty plea. Where the judge said, well, I'm going to write you in as a guilty plea, and I'm going to give you 150 years based on my discretion and me seeing the probationary hearing, and that's all I got to say. And Dr. York said, wait a minute. This calls for a new trial. This calls for a new trial. The whole thing, it calls for a new trial because you can't change a plea to guilty and sentence in the same courtroom on the same day. Let me say it again. You can't change a plea and enter a plea of guilty and sentence a man on the same day. You have to go back to the drawing board. You got to let the jury know what you're going to do. You got to let the state, the county, the city, DFAC, children agencies, everybody, even the victims. You got to let everybody, the feds, the city, the county, the state, you got to let everybody know what you're doing because you don't have the discretion to act without their authority because y'all made an agreement. Where is that agreement? Go get that agreement in the Washington. You won't find it. They got to let Dr. York go. This is evidence. That's discovery. That's finding. Go find that and stop yakking. And every time somebody try to help, you turn it into a them thing. I don't want to help. You go do it. The knowledge is in the public. Now you go get it. Show us online where you got the paperwork that I'm talking about. We'll play this video back and back and back so we can go and get the evidence. Just all y'all do that was out there defaming Dr. York, trying to make like he did something, go get all the documents you hear me talking about. All y'all, all our people, especially people with big platforms like the good brother Sarnetta, who I've attempted to get on his platform several occasions. I still would like to be on your platform, Sarnetta. I seen you had one good brother on there, talking about Dr. York. And it's a shame I don't remember the brother's name, but he's the last brother that was on there lately, and he really spoke well on behalf of Dr. York. He was the best person I've seen as of yet. Out of everybody that ever spoke on behalf of Dr. York, he really had his stuff together. So, this is what is happening in the community. And now it has become, let's expose a man. So the people in the new Black conscious community, has taken on the other races mentality of exposing the person. Every time somebody's doing something, somebody come out and say, I'm going to expose him. I was talking to somebody the other day. They said, I'm going to expose you. I'm going to reveal. I'm like, I'm a mathematician. You're going to expose a mathematician for what? For what? I'm a mathematician. You exposing me for what? A mathematician? You're going to expose a mathematician. So I can't do whatever I do and be a mathematician. So you're going to expose a mathematician. Well, go ahead and expose the mathematician. Show me what you got. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me. You know, because it's like that type of party. So people, my mom taught me, don't let nobody hold nothing over your head. Don't let nobody hold no secrets over your head. If they say they're going to tell somebody, go tell it first. Or tell them, I don't care. Go tell what you want to tell. But don't be a slave or anything to nobody and bow to no man or woman. Okay? And the black mother is God. Don't let nobody fool you. We proved that the other night with the genetics. But I proved it today in a post too. I might read that post. All is in all. I'm going to give it to you simple. And everything is in something. God is in heaven. So God is in the womb. So God is like a child in his mother. What you know as God, when Yahshua say, our Father who art in heaven, when Yahshua say, I'm going to heaven, it's the mothership. He get on the mothership. The mother. And he came here through Mary, a mother. So where you think God come from? If God show you the example of how God is born, then as above, so below. Take your own advice. Jesus taught Egyptian knowledge, right? Yahshua taught Egyptian knowledge. That's why he was arguing with the Hebrews and the Jews, because he didn't teach their knowledge. He was taught in Egypt. He knew all the ways, just like Moses, just like Abraham, just like Joseph, just like everybody who came in there. Learn. Yahshua learned. A grand master student. So stop saying that Yahshua is fake and he phony, because this person lurked amongst the scenes, established an order of his own, committed himself forever after the order of Melchizedek, cursed Caucasian people, literally, Canaanites, said, it's not meat for me to throw the children's bread to carnarion, to dogs. You see that? Curse. Threw them in swine, curse. Put them next to swine, curse. Melted their heart, Joshua 5:1. This ain't racism. I'm showing you that Joshua is a Nubian man. The description of him in Revelation 1:14. It says, you know the description. You know what he looked like. So that's the Nubian man. Eyes like flames of fire, feet like burnt brass, hair like wool. This is a running water. This raging water. This is a Nubian man. So this Nubian man was a great teacher. And he taught stuff like I am that I am. He taught stuff like we are not from this world. We are from above. We are from Sirius. He said, we're from above. We're from Orion. That's what he said. He said, I ain't from here. I'm from Orion. Y'all from here. I'm from Anu. I'm from Anu. I'm from up there. Y'all from down here. I'm from above. I'm an extraterrestrial. I'm just a visitor. This ain't my place. My house up there. I go to a place to prepare a place for you. This is an extraterrestrial. This your brother, an extraterrestrial, talking to people that was assuming he was a human being because they saw a mortal form. This was not some cracker putting on a religious rhetoric to some black people, fooling them into slavery. That's not what happened. This is a Nubian man who was an incarnation, who was already prophesied to come. And all of the elders knew of his coming, and they waited. The wise men from all over knew of his coming, and they brought gifts for his birth. They knew of his coming. His astro, same thing you practicing now. Zodiacology, astrology, your birth chart, your prenatal charts, your birth sign, all that Yahshua practice, right? He talked about the zodiac. He talked about the Piscean era and the Aquarian era. He talked about the 12 tribes. He talked about the 12 zodiacs, the Dendera. He talked about that. He taught on that. He told you. So don't tell me that somebody is religious when they mention the name Yahshua HaMashiach, when it was incarnations taking place. Tammuz is the incarnation of a Heru. Like Ishtar is the incarnation of an Ast. So these were incarnations. I told you the other night. Look it up. Don't believe me. Khufu was a double king, a double pharaoh. He was a pharaoh of Sumer and the Pharaoh of Egypt at the same time. He ruled Sumer and Egypt. Khufu. He opened the gates up. He opened the borders up for the Tamahu, for the Canaanite, for them to come in, for the Hyksos. He opened the borders up. So read Ancient Egypt and the Pharaohs by Dr. Malachi Z. York. Get that book. Get it. I got to set the record straight right here, though. You know what I'm saying? If anything happened, it's raggedy, but I got it right there. So, this is what we're talking about. So, Dr. York, we value you, Dr. Malachi Z. York. You are invaluable to us. So we don't even like using the word free because we know that's a spell. Because we know you are not free. You are invaluable. You are not free. Slaves are free. Slaves work for free. Slaves do stuff for free. You are not a slave. You are not in need of freedom in any kind of way. You are our Savior, and you came to test us. So we must save our Savior. That's our job and our duty. That's it. He is not weak. He is not lame. You are only in a test, and this your test. Wake up. Don't fall asleep. Break that spell. And don't act dead. Be conscious. And we said we'll write the 4 levels of consciousness. 1 level of consciousness is to be alive. Another level is to be awake. Another level is to be alert. Another level is to be alarmed. All those A's. Alive, awake, alert, and alarmed. And I got others, but we'll just stick with those 4. But that's what you have to be in order to be conscious. That's what consciousness is. But Dr. Malachi York told us in the Holy Tablets, he said Nuwapian is both conscious and conscientious. Thus, conscience, consu. We conscious and conscientious. We're not just conscious. We're not just the conscious community. We're the conscious and conscientious community. And that's why you heard me say he used recognition, because the word recognition is cognition. So there we go, those C's again. Conscious, conscientious, and cognition. And cognition is that other one that I talked about, being aware. So you can be alive, you can be awake, you can be alert, you can be alarmed, which is the highest form of being conscious, which they call schizophrenic, to be alarmed. And then you could be, what we just said, you could be aware. You could be aware of something to be conscious of something. So that's the quintuplicated essences of being conscious. When I say quintuplicated, I mean you take the 4 and they become 1. That's to be aware. And Dr. York says that a person can't have cognition of cognition. Let me take a breath, y'all. Dry throat. But a person can't have cognition of cognition. That means awareness of awareness. A person can't have awareness of awareness. That's cognition of a cognition. They can't have that. You can't read minds, really. You can't know what you're thinking and know what another person is thinking. That's an impossibility. For your mind cannot perceive mind and be its mind. You have a one-track mind, and you can only mind your own mind. You can't mind another mind. Got that? Okay. So you can't read minds, so nobody can read your mind. So stop saying, I read your mind or you read my mind. Okay, now. So now we read the Declaration of Innocence. And I'll read the last ones of that. The last one, where were we? I don't even know where we stopped at. Robbed the piece of land, brought lawsuits. Okay, yeah, we was right there. Right there. 18, we'll start right there. O planter, who came forth from Anu, Heliopolis. I have not disputed at all about property. So I had no property dispute. I ain't argued about no property. UCC, I ain't argued about no law, no property. Oh, doubly evil one. Look who they meet now. Look who we meet at the tribunal. Look who's there. Look who greets the person in the underworld before they wested. Oh, doubly evil one. That's the Ruti double. Ruti, like the double lion, Ruti, or doubly evil one, who came forth from the Buserite, known. That's why we call nomarchs right there. Known, the nome of Egypt. Came from the Buserite, known. That's the house of Usir, Buserite. I have not had intercourse with a married woman. And that's number 19. 19 times 19, that's number 19. Do the math. And you know he was big on that. Dr. York was big on that. Big on marriage and marriage ceremonies and women. And he was really big on not doing that. And I heard on Sonetta where they were saying like, and they kind of laughed, and that's where the brother kind of stumbled at, when they said like, well, Dr. York, I heard Dr. York, I heard that, back in the day, brothers would bring their wives up there, and their wives would get took or whatever, da 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 da. And so I just want to say that is absolutely a lie. That is absolutely a farce. Because of the simple fact that you can't take another man's wife. Women choose. That's the first fact. So she chose him. That's the first fact. You accept that as a man. All men accept that. Women choose. It's a choice. She made that choice. She don't want to be with you. She with him. So he can't take her because she could choose to come back to you and not even be with him. So it's a choice. So don't nobody take nobody's woman. So the brother was right. Obviously, they wanted to be with Dr. York. Second, Dr. York and what you call those brothers, who are those brothers? Those brothers never are on the set saying, it was me. I was there. Dr. York took my wife. It never happened. So let me tell you a truth about me. I was on the land. Me and my mate at the time broke up. A letter came from Kadesh, and the letter said, you can move up here. I had an apartment in Eatonton. I live good for myself. I do good for myself. I'm from Georgia. I know how to work. I know how it works there. I'm from there. I'm from the mountain. So Rock Eagle, and Colomoke mountain. So I said, good. You should go. You should go up to Kadesh. She said, I don't want to go. She said, I don't want to go because, da 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 da. So I said, okay, then that's on you. I ain't got nothing to do with it. If I was you, I would go because I want to be up there. I want to go. I want to go live up there. She said, no, I don't want to go. So she could have went though. She chose not to go. She could have went though, but she had a choice. She chose not to go. Now this is a one who had lived in the tabernacle in New York. She is from up north, so she lived in New York. She knew Dr. York very well. Grew up under Imam Isa, raised by him basic, knew how to speak Arabic and write Arabic, knew all that. Very intelligent. She never told me a single time where anything ever happened or anything like that which y'all claim ever happened. And she had other mates before me. And then, here we go. She comes to Georgia. We break up. He says, well, if it's like that, you can come up here. And he done helped me out in my relationships many a time. In the store, in Belks, in Eatonton, Georgia. I mean, in Millersville, Georgia, where my mate used to work at one time. He met me in there. He saw me. He saw me wroth and angry. And he stopped me, wroth and angry. He stopped me and he said, where you going, nigga? Just like that. And I stopped. He stopped me before and saw something and said, I had a thing with two mates on the land one time. He got into it and resolved it. He helped me out many a times with many a things. So this is a great man. This is not the type of man that go around and take men and women. This is the type of man who builds relationships. And hope, and his sign is a Cancer. So if you know the nature of a Cancer, I'm a Cancer. You know the nature of a Saratan? You know it's not in our nature to take advantage of people and to use people. No, cancers are very domesticated. They love like Bastet, like a cat. They're very domesticated. They're very homely, especially the men. So they really they like women, but they really like one woman. You know what I'm saying? They really like one woman. It could be many women around, but that's just so to keep the balance. But it's not really but one woman. Okay? So now let's finish. So we was at where were we? Let me see where we were now. Oh man, I gotta quit closing this book. So let me see. Okay. So we are gonna go to number 19, number 20. Oh, he who sees what he has brought, who came forth from the house of the father men. I have not wrongly copulated. O he, 21, O he who is over the great ones, who came forth, I have not struck terror. O demolisher, who came forth, I have not transgressed. O proclaimer of speech, who came forth from Rick, I have not been hot tempered. O you who came forth from the double scepter, known, I have not been neglected of truthful words. O dark one, who came forth from darkness, I have not cursed. O he who brings his offering, who comes forth from Asir, ancient town in middle Alcam, I have not been violent. O proclaimer of voice, who came forth, Nejevet, a place in the region of Asir, I have not been impatient. O captain, who came forth from wherein I have not discussed. O possessor of two horns, who came forth from Asir, ancient town in middle Alcam, I have not been, it reads, I have not been garrulous in these matters. O Nefertim, who came forth from Hetaka, Memphis, coast center of Ta, I have not done wrong. I have not done evil. And you're going to see that Nepti, we talked about Noob and Nepti. Another translation for Nepti is evil one. The Hyksos, because Set was wicked, the Hyksos, because they wanted to flip everything over and be the reverse, they chose Set as the deity when they ruled Egypt. That's why in Isaiah 1 through 119, it tells you 19:1 through 19, 19:1 through 119, it tells you that these are not the real Egyptians, that these are people who chose Set to be their God, or Setian, or Satan, and that's how Set became the evil one. Don't believe me? Check it out. Listen to what I'm saying. Do I need to repeat it again, or is it on record, and I can move on? Okay, because Set is who the Hyksos chose as their deity, and the Jews too, who claim to be in Israel, in Egypt, in bondage. Those are the Hyksos, the Habaru, or the Hapiru. Yeah, that's who they are. So those are the Hyksos. And originally the sea people of Sidon and Tyre, originally with the Canaanites. Okay? So now, oh he who acts as he wishes, who came forth from Antiopolis, a town, or Antiopolis, a town in middle Alchem. I have not waded in the water. That word waded in the water, like wade in the water, that's more. Oh Father, Ihe. Ihe is the sound of an instrument. Ihe. Oh Father, Ihe. Just like those other sounds, that's a very simple sound. It's a very simple tone. And by the way, the sound for the doggone, since people don't believe that Nuwapu is an ancient language, the doggone say they from Egypt, okay? The doggone know that they are from Egypt, okay? And they know they from Egypt before they went into Sumer, okay? And they know that they from Sumer before they became Turanians, okay? Before they became called Punics, okay? And before they came over here, over to America and walked over here before the Continental Drift, okay? The Olmecs, the real Moor. This is the Olmec. These people, okay? So the Olmec came over here and the doggone knew that they were from Egypt. Okay? So this is very important because these are the same people. Sumer is the same people as the Egyptians. The doggone are the same as the Egyptians. The Turanians are Turanian Tar, the Tardaneg who came to America and became the Tardaneg are the Deneg people next to the Netar people, the Deneg people, those Olmecs, the Tardaneg, those people. That's who we're talking about here. So, O Father Ihe, Nectar, who represents the sound made by the sistrum and midnight instruments, who came forth from the primordial waters. My voice was not loud. This being Ihe, this tone Ihe, I-H-Y, and I'm not giving the real pronunciation. That being came from the primordial waters, off of the mind. 33. O he who prospers, the common people who came forth from Isiut, ancient town in the middle of camp, I have not cursed a Neter. O uniter of attributes, who came forth from the cavern, I have not made homage. And so for people to say that Akhenaten was the father of monotheism, that's a lie. Because it was a copy of the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead found in Akhenaten's tomb. And right there it reads, in number 33 it reads, I have not cursed a Netiru. That means none of the plural beings, Netiru. Those are plural beings. I have not cursed a Neteru. I have not cursed a Elohim. I have not cursed a Anunnaki. I have not cursed none of those beings. O uniter of attributes, who came forth from the cavern, I have not made homage. That means I ain't prayed to no gods. I ain't made no homage to nobody. No oaths or no vows to no false gods. I ain't did none of that before I came in. I'm innocent. This is my declaration. And so we declare our innocence. We don't confess our innocence. Dr. York declared his innocence. He didn't confess his innocence. He didn't plead guilty. He declared his innocence. He said, I am innocent. Go check the website out. Innocent. He's innocent. Check the website out. He's innocent. So he never claimed to be guilty of anything. So stop running around saying that. A plea bargain is not a guilty plea. A plea bargain is an agreement. And that agreement was broken when the judge went off the plea. And when he went off the plea, the court no longer could sustain the venue. Therefore, they lost jurisdiction. Therefore, court should not have been held. It should have been a mistrial. See, I wish I had people helping me because I was looking for that word back then. A mistrial. It should have been a mistrial. That's what Dr. York called it. A mistrial. So now you know, venue, jurisdiction led to a mistrial. The changing of a plea bargain to a guilty plea, and the person refusing to honor that and to take that guilty plea, and the judge forced the guilty plea, and not only changed the plea bargain and forced the guilty plea, but then held court against the venue and jurisdiction, and held court, although he didn't even have permission or authority from the people that had signed the plea bargain, and then held court and a sentence during a plea bargain that he changed to a guilty plea without consent of the person who made the plea bargain, nor the party. So it was the ex parte conviction. Dr. York should come home, y'all. The first letter, we don't have it. The first letter that left the land, we don't have it. Where is the warrant? Where's the warrant? Where is it? And the warrant read what? What does the warrant read? What gave them the right to come up there with such force? And what gave them the right to even arrest Dr. York? And what gave them the right to even raise the charge? And he done said on numerous occasions, and people have said on numerous occasions, no. What her name is? Habiba? What she said? The recanter? What she said? No, Dr. York did not handle the finance. No, I, among other sisters, handled the finance. Even the books. They took responsibility for the books being printed. They say, no, he only dictated the books. We wrote the books. We translated the books. We bound the books. We put the books together. No, he didn't do it. Even the brothers with the music. He didn't do the music. What they say? No, I was in the studio. I put that song together. That's me on that hit track. That's me on that New Wapian. That's me on Thought New Wapian. That's my stuff in the studio. I was in Hathor studio. I was there with them. I helped build it. I bear witness. They was there. Yeah. Y'all was there. And for those who claim to have been on Dr. York's side and then became traitors, like Rick and like what the other Chuck Morgan, like them idiots, when they say, Chuck say, he was Dr. York's right hand man, and when Rick say he was Dr. York's right hand man, then they should go to prison. Because the right hand man is the cover up. The right hand man watches the door. So if they say Dr. York is guilty, if they say that Dr. York, and they did say this, Rick and Chuck Morgan, they both said it, and they both said they're his right hand man. So if they the right hand man and they say he did it, then they should put their hands in the cuffs and take their ass to prison. That's exactly what should happen to them. Because that's what's supposed to happen to accomplices and aiders and abettors in crime. If they say he did the crime, then they aided and abetted in the crime. And even Rick, after he was arrested, and even Chuck, after he was arrested, said that he wasn't guilty. But they later changed their argument. And so you can't do that. Now you put yourself in a guilty position, and you cause me to have to say that about you. So you should be locked up because an innocent man is locked up. And you saying that a person did something, and yet you're willing to admit, Rick, that you saw nothing and that you wasn't there and you was never in nobody's bed. But yet you saying, due to people telling you, which is counter to right knowledge and right wisdom and right understanding and sound right reason. We deal with evidence, experience, and reason. And so you can't say you heard or hearsay. We don't believe what we hear. We don't believe nothing. We deal with facts. So you can't go by that. We can't deal with that. So I don't care how many people I convince you how sad they saw the story is, how it goes. Without the facts, without the evidence, without the experience, without the reason, we can't do it. We cannot convict an innocent man. We can't do it. For him without sin, cast the first stone. We ain't casting no stone because we know the people that sin are not guilty, are not sinless. Okay? So now, let's move on. Oh, he who prospers, the common people who came forth from Assyria, ancient town in middle of camp, I have not carved in their tittle. So that means, I have not cursed in their tittle. Then the next one goes, O uniter of attributes, who came forth from the cavern, I have not made homage. O uniter of good, who came forth from the cavern, I have not stolen the kenneth cakes from the blessed. And we know what the kenneth cakes are. O he who brings his portion, who came forth from the hall of the truth, I have not stolen Hefnu cake of you, nor have I fettered the Neteru of my town. I have not upset them. O he who brightens the land, talk, who came forth from Fayum, the inlet of the marsh. Marsh is more of the marsh area of the west Nile. Came forth from the west Nile, Egypt of the west. And I think I was mentioning something. The earth tilted on the 23-degree axis, which is one of the reasons why the pyramids was built, which is one of the ways you can date the pyramids and the flood and the continental drift and the rift that caused the explosion that caused the Persian Gulf and all of that, and the separation of Africa from America. We can date all of that by the earth shift and the building of the pyramids and the Great Deluge. We can put out an ice age and the facing of the Sphinx. We can put all of those factors together and we can date these things. And they far older than what y'all talking about. They far older than what they tell you in the book. Khufu is not the builder of the pyramid. Most of us know that. That's Muwapi. He is merely a curator and a restorer of the pyramid. He is after the pyramids were what you'll call bothered, some things, got disrupted in the pyramids due to an earthquake and the shifting of the tectonic plates, which they knew about. Reason why they built the pyramids there on the largest tectonic plate on the surface of the planet Earth. The pyramids are there in the center on the largest sheet of land in the world. And they are in the center, and they aim directly north, south, east, west. And these pyramids are built with a certain science. So, yeah, this is what we were doing back then. And I think I was going to say, and that's the reason why the Nile flows up instead of down, because if you shift the poles, then it'll shift up and down. That's why John in the Revelation say it'll be a new heaven and a new earth, for the former things to pass away, because he predicting a pole shift too. Because when the pole shift happens, then the skies will look different to you, just like they do now with Orion. Just like the river flow backwards, when you look up at Orion in Egypt, the Orion is flip-flop to the pyramids, meaning it's a mirror image of the pyramids. It's not exactly like the pyramids on the ground. It's the mirror image of it. So it's like the camera does when I'm in the camera. It shows the mirror image, but when it shows the download, it shows me facing the right way. But while I'm recording, it shows the mirror image. You see that? So the Egyptians knew that science. Just like if you look in the Hall of Man, or you look in the pyramid rooms, when you go in the room, like I said, you put a pyramid, the hieroglyphs off the wall with your mind three-dimensionally, and they circle you three-dimensionally, and you can see them three-dimensionally. Well, I didn't say this. If you look through to the next wall, if you went in the other room, the stuff on the wall next to the wall that share the same wall, they usually share the same story. So then you could put the glyph together and walk in another room, and it's telling the same story from the other room. And it's a carryover from the wall on the next wall. And you'll see the people walking that way. You'll see the feet aimed that way, like that. You'll see the feet aimed that way. So these are Egyptian mysteries. These are the sciences to knowing what take place within the pyramids, and how we wrote, and what we did, and why we did it. And this giving you new insights, and new eyes, and new ways to look at the Medu new ways to look at it. Okay? Now, so that's the coming forth by day. That was exactly 38, and 19 times 2 is 38. So that was 38 of the what you'll call the declarations of innocence. And then he got the 10 commandments, which I won't read, because he just shows how those 10 commandments are related to the Declaration of Innocence. But one thing I will do, the 10 commandments, the first one is, you are to have no Akha, other Elohim or God, Neteru, except me. So you see, this goes against Egypt. After you eat, you gonna come sit with me?
I'm gonna eat too and take antibiotics.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You will not make for yourself. Number 2, you will not make for yourself any festival item. You see? Now the Egyptians, I'm showing you how they reverse your way of life. They say you shall not have any other Elohim except me. So in Egypt, we had many. Elohim, Neteru. They say you can only have one. But the word Elohim in itself is a plural. So it don't make sense. It's like the word Neteru is a plural. So Elohim is a plural. So when they say you shall not have any other Elohim, the word other gives it away. Because that Elohim recognizes other Elohim. He recognizes other gods. But he's saying that y'all people are only going to worship me. You're not going to worship anybody else. It's other gods that you could worship. Even the God of Egypt. But you're going to worship me. So this is Set. This is Satan who they worshiping. This ain't the God of Egypt. Because the God of Egypt said, the God of Israel said, the God of Assyria, Babylon, Sumer said, I am the God of Egypt. I am the God of Sumer, Assyria. and I am the God of the Israelites. But this God that they talking to said, no, you can't have no other God but me. So this is not God who is talking there. This is one of the Elohim professing to be the only God of these religious people that's here in the Old Testament. You see that? Facts. Read it for yourself. You are not to have no other Elohim except me. So this Elohim or Elo recognizes other Elohim. But he's saying that these people who are going to follow this commandment are not to recognize. There go that word again. Recognize. Cognition. Consciousness. Conscientiousness. Conscience is what y'all get. So you are not supposed to have any other. So that's the reverse. So now they take what we have, our shield, right? Our shield, our Mogan, and they turn it upside down. That's what they did. They invert everything we have. See that? So now, that was their job. Say that they pervert, they invert, they convert, they revert. That's who they are. They intertwine, they intermix, they swine, they miscegenate. This is what they do. So in number 2, in taking our way of life and corrupting it and perverting it and making it a monstrosity, they say, number 2, they say, you will not. So notice the difference. This is a person commanding people what they will not do, as opposed to the person going before the tribunal and saying, I have not done. The person says, I have not done any of those negative things. I have not done them. I'm declaring my innocence. I'm declaring that I'm innocent. Not God saying, this is the commandment that I don't do. That's the devil saying that. The devil would only say, don't do this and don't do that, because the devil is concerned with controlling you. God knows what you're going to do. Only the devil would tell you what not to do, because the devil is not telling you not to do nothing bad. Because by telling you to do something good, it automatically tells you of something bad. If I say, don't slap her, then that's not a good thing, because what I'm putting in your head is that you can slap her. If this is how the beast works, I try to warn people of this. The beast say stuff like, the beast say stuff like, Violence Against Women Act. Violence Against Women Act. You hear that? Violence against women. This is not an organization to stop violence against women. They proclaim it and pronounce it and promulgate Violence Against Women Act. They might as well put now after that, act, and commit violent acts against women. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, they don't cure nothing. That's in your head. They control the diseases that you have and that you get and that they put out on the market. It's called vaccinations and immunization. That's right. So you got to listen. It's the movie They Live. It's opposite day. You got to put on some new glasses and see with new eyes. That's what Yahshua was telling them. You got to be born again. We all. See, when Nicodemus asked, do I have to go through my mother again? And Yahshua said, man, you ain't going to understand. You got all that high level knowledge and you don't understand me. He was saying that we all in the all. And even the all is in all. So we're all in the womb. Just like when I drew those circles and those squares, and I drew the Vesica Pisces. Remember that? We drew that. Now that marker done dried out that quick. But we drew the Vesica Pisces, we drew the circle, and there go the Vesica Pisces. And we always in that womb. And we draw it in a square. And there it goes again. The Vesica Pisces. Right there. There it goes again. The Vesica Pisces. Right there. See that? There it goes again. And so now, Vesica Pisces. Masonic symbol. Vesica Pisces. That's that symbol. And it's a symbol of Yahshua, the Messiah. The Pisces. The two fish. The Piscean age. See that? There you go. The Vesica Pisces. The vagina. The womb of everything. It's also called a Ahram. And it's related to the word mirror, a pyramid, a mirror, a pyramid. And it's related to the word haram. And it's related to the word harem, like a harem, that a person has a harem, a haram. And so, ahrum. And it's the mercy seat. It's the mercy seat on the Ark of the Covenant. And it's women, the protectresses, that guard the Ark of the Covenant. The women, the birds. And they got their wings outstretched in a certain way. I'll show you another day. But it's to create an arc. The way the wings are arced, the wings are out, it creates arc energy. And so this is it. So that's the physical Pisces. That's the Pisces or the pussy that everybody comes from. And we're all in that pussy. We're all in the Pisces. We're all in the womb of the great mother. In the mother mind, on the motherland, we're always in the mother. God is always willing to admit that God is in the mother. The mother is God. It's the Neter Shil Netiru. Go ask anybody. What they say in Egypt. What we say? We say Neter. That's a female. Neter, the T, Neter, Shil of Neteru. Of all Neteru. Of all the gods, the mother of God. That's her name. The mother of God. So the woman is the mother of God. Listen to that. Think about that. The word mother is higher than God. She is the mother of God. So stop playing. So when we talk about the black book and we pull that book out, you'll see the science that I was talking about, the genetics of the X and Y chromosomes, the 2.8% more genetic material, the 5% bigger chromosome in the X than the Y's, the 85% more chromosomes of X's than there are Y's in the cells. Anyway, she is dominant. He is recessive. That's why you have people saying that he's a defect. It's just that she's dominant, he's recessive. She carries the dominant gene, he carries the recessive gene. She carries mitochondrial DNA, he doesn't. He carries, she carries that. So that's just what it is. So all the brothers, like Dr. York said in the Black Book, we're going to come to the great mother, Renenet, and y'all going to learn in the temple of Waset. And this is the temple of Waset right here. You're going to learn what was spoken in the great temple of Waset. This is in the Black Book. Go read it. You'll see these words. And you're going to learn those words that were spoken, and you're going to learn your sacred tone. And some of them is in the numbers that you'll learn about. The new numbers you'll learn about. There's many other new numbers that you'll learn about. It's even an ayin. It's an an. It's a new. It's an anu. It's a new an. And it's a lot of more numbers. It's numbers we're gonna be able to name Ninti. It's numbers we're gonna be able to name after the deities. Because you're gonna see that. You're gonna see that the only way it's gonna be right if they be named that. They can't be named nothing else. It'll break the order. It's an order already written. It ain't on me. It's on that. So now I'm gonna finish reading 2 though. Second commandment. You will not make for yourself a vessel idol. And you know we made statuary. At all. In it timuna, likeness. Because what? Man was made in the image and after the likeness of God. Satan. The devil. According to them. Because he said they can't make any likeness in the Shemayim skies. Because he knew that the Egyptians had a deity called Ra. So he wanted to make them not worship the sun. So he said, don't worship Ra. But he said, you can't worship him in the skies. I knew the one in the skies, Hashem. But yet they God named Hashem, meaning the up there, the name, the one up there. But you can't say the name. But they name their God that. They some ridiculous liars. You know why they've been called the children of Satan and the synagogues of Satan. And their father is the father of lies and the flies, Beelzebub. This is why. Because they came into Egypt, and in their first commandment, they tried to take away all of the deities and then call them one deity and push monotheism. Then secondly, in the second commandment, they tried to take away all of the arts, all of the statuary, all of the medunetum, all of the remembrances of the elders and the pictures of the people that came and did work before the spook god ever brought into existence. The spook god wanted to erase all of them too, and said you can't have any statuary, any IDs, or any pictures of your parents or your deceased elders. You can't have no contact. You can't practice Egyptian Yoruba. You can't practice Egyptian Santeria. You can't practice Egyptian Voodoo or Juju. You can't practice Oyo. You can't practice any of that. You can't practice none of your way. You can't practice animism. You can't practice any of that. What you got to practice is the one God. Pray to the spook. So then, and he said, and this spook God, you can't have no other likeness of the spook God in the sky. Because the spook God, you can't see him. And you can't have one in the earth either. Because the spook God ain't going to never come to earth. And from beneath the earth either. Because he knew that beings live beneath the earth. See, that's important. Because in the book of Revelation 5:1 through 5, it tells you about. And no one was able to open the book. Not in the heavens, not in the earth, not on the earth, not in the water, not in the sea. Nobody. And he listed. He said, not the elders in heaven, none of the ones around the throne, nobody, not the Tiro, the Dio, the Dewani, nobody. Not even the Tiro, the Diro, the Dewani, not even the Shuyu, the elders, the Denir. The Denir, see that word? Dinar, remember we said Dina? Remember that? Dinar, the Denir. Even the Denir could not do it. The righteous ones of the rocket ship. They couldn't even figure it out. They couldn't take the book and open up all 7 seals. They couldn't do it. So it tells you extraterrestrials exist. All throughout the book, it tells you extraterrestrials exist. In Egypt, they say, we are from an interdimensional place. We go to netherworlds. We go to Duax. We go to Orion. We go to Sirius. We come from there. We incarnate here. We manifest here. We materialize. We personify. We incarnated here. And we will resurrect again in the West. This is who we are. The Egyptians claim to be extraterrestrials. The Dogon claim to be extraterrestrials. The Hopi claim to be extraterrestrials. The Navajo claim to be extraterrestrials. The Olmec claim to be extraterrestrials. Everybody, Nuwapians, we are extraterrestrials. This is not the home planet. We the first inhabitants. But this is not the home planet. We brought life to the planet. Stop telling people we evolved and we were born. No, we wasn't born here. We incarnated here. We were brought here. We brought ourselves here. We built this planet. We dug the Nile. We made this planet. And so now we've lost control of this planet during the cycle. And now we've regained control of this planet during this new cycle. And part of this new math is a big part of that. This new mathematics is the new world order. You were warned about to count the number of the beast. You were warned about the wisdom and how to get it. But most of y'all wouldn't listen. Y'all listen to clowns saying that the Bible ain't nothing but religion. And Dr. York studied saying, hey, I translated the book of Revelations for HTM. I translated from its original. Wait a minute. What the hell is the original, Dr. York? I mean, if the Bible fake, the Latin Vulgate, Caesar Borgia, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, Jesus Panthera, Simon Bar Jesus, all the fake Jesus, all that Paul, but you got the original? And you gonna do a right translation? You the trustworthy one, you the Sadiq, we trust you, then hit me with that book. Okay, that's what the book reads. We extraterrestrials. You came down in Revelation 6:13. You came here to the planet Earth with other crafts. 29 other people was involved, other beings. Y'all landed here during 1970. Yeah, okay. So you're extraterrestrial. Yeah, so you're not from here. Yeah, that's how it goes. So Nuwapians, we are extraterrestrials. So when we get asked on Sinetta, we say no. All real Nubian people are extraterrestrials. It's not just cosmology. No, it's not a story. And stop letting them say this to y'all. Stop letting them say that Osiris them and Isis them and Geb and Nut and Ma and all of them, they never existed. They never were God. They not God. Those are only principles. Man, if you let them turn your deities, your ancestors, into principalities in high places that we have to battle, you're a fool. They taking away your science and your tone and the things you called on. And the being, not things, but the beings you called on. Don't let them do that. Don't let them tell you that ISIS wasn't a real person. No, ISIS was a real person. There was a real female woman who walked this earth, who embodied every principle of Ma'at. She embodied every principle of Ma'at. She was the manifestation of order, justice, law, rightness, trueness. She was the manifestation and materialization and incarnation and personification of that. If you can't understand that, then you lost. Even Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti said, unless you admit, or we admit, the word and the ability to reincarnate, there's no need in further reading this scroll, really. There's no need in reading it because you don't accept reincarnation. So then you can't accept Yahshua the Messiah. And you can't accept the return of the Messiah. Because only way you accept reincarnation, you accept our resurrection, you accept reincarnation. That's what I mean. Because we incarnate. Notice I'm saying incarnate, not reincarnation, incarnate. We incarnate. Now you have people that believe in a phony thing called reincarnation. Let me tell you why it's phony. Because it believes that you're going to come back as something else, a dog, a tree, a cat, or you lived another life as a dog, a tree, or a cat, and you could go to this and that and lower vibration. No, that's not true. I am that I am. You are what you are. And what you're going to be is what you're going to be. That's what Dr. York taught us. Them is exact words. So I am what I am. So you'll never be something else. You're always going to be what you are. Okay? Matter can only change shape and form and appearance. It cannot be destroyed or truly changed. Period. It's the law. My eye. Don't agree with nothing. Go with the law. Okay, the third thing they took from us. And stop saying they stole our land. Our land is military occupied. We prisoners of war. You can't steal land because the land's still here. Let me say it again. You can't steal land, the land's still here. Let's say it. You can't steal land, the land's still here. Now, you can steal people from their land. That's called kidnapping. That's called abduction. Okay? If it's not kids. Traffic. So now, let's go. You will not shall call. That's another thing about Dr. York case too. If they were kids, it should have been called kidnapping. But they charged them with trafficking. So then they wasn't kids. And what the hell does the word child mean? How old is a child? A person could say, that's my child, and a person could be 90 years old. And the child could be not 80 years old. Or younger than that, because that would mean the mom would be 10 years old, but you get my picture. It could be 75 years old then. But that's my child. So what is a child? And how old is a child? What is a minor? How old is a minor? Don't use words like that. Those are trick words. Say, how old is the child? You're a Nuwapian. You ask questions. And questions lead to what? Not to facts. No, questions lead to investigation. Investigations lead to facts. That's what Dr. York taught. That. So now, you will not shakha, prostrate yourself to them, those other gods, them, nor are bad, nor slave, Abdullah, nor be a slave, Abdullah, for Allah, for them, for these gods. For I, a Yahuwah, Elohi. I, a Yahuwah, Elohi. So this is just one calling himself, one of the Elohim, calling himself a Yahuwah, a Lord among lords. Am a Kana, a jealous. See that word? Kana, Qannaw, Kana. It says, it reads jealous. It also means zealous, like a religious zealot, jealous, zealous. But Kana also is related to possession, like a demon possessed, or a jealous person get possessed, or possession, like the possession of money, like to take possession, because the name Cain or Cain or Canaan, the land Canaan, it means Canaan, It means to take possession. It don't just mean lowland. Because remember, Yahuwah bought the land of Canaan. Remember that? He took possession. That means he now. And that word being used for took possession is now. So he took possession. He bought it. He purchased it. So the word now means jealous, zealous, possession, to take possession, to purchase, to buy. It means that for the Hebrew Israelites. Okay, let's keep going though. So, am a now, zealous el, the one fakad, visiting the Afwan iniquity of the all, that word all, AWB or AV, all fathers from Abraham upon the bane, that word bane, that word is not Arabic, bane, it comes from the word binu. That's an Egyptian word, binu, or the bin stone, or the binu bird, who is the phoenix, and she carries the bin in the wings, and the wings are like over the pyramid. And this is the tectonic plates, because this is the mound. The bin stone is the mound, it's the capstone on the pyramid. It's the stone that the builder refused. Okay? It's the head cornerstone. Read your book of Psalms, El Zabur, the Tehillim, learn about the mirror, learn about the bee, learn about this symbol. Okay? That's the same symbol Tahuti wore. That's the same symbol that every Egyptian wore. Okay? So now, this God in 3, he says you can't bow down to no God. You can't prostrate to no other God, yourself to them. You can't slave for them. You can't work for them. You can't do what they say. For I, Yahuwah Elohi, am a Kana. You can't do that because I'm jealous. You can't do that with the other gods. You're going to make me jealous. You're going to make me zealous. I'm going to kill you because of that. Because I'm a jealous God and I'm zealous about my work. And I get busy. So then this is what God told him. The devil told him. And I visit the iniquity. He don't say he visit the good. He say he visit the iniquity. And that's not enmity. That's not hatred. But he said he visit the iniquity. And remember, this is a prophecy. So in the book of Genesis, 13:15 and 15:13, check both of them, mirrors, it mentions something to this effect. It mentions that the Amorites, iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. So if the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full, and this God visits the iniquity, then this God has a prophecy right here that he's going to visit the iniquities of the Amorites when they're not full. And that's the drinking of the cup of the harlot of Babylon and the destruction of Babylon and the beast and the whole empire. That's what that's about. After the 400 years, they tell you about the 400-year bondage here in America, but they don't tell you about the destruction of Babylon and how it's going to take place and where that's written in Genesis, how the iniquities will be visited and how it ties into this. So now you know. So now it goes, he visits the iniquity of the fathers of the vain children up to the Shilish, the third, and Ribiyah, fourth. The Shilish, the third, and the Ribiyah, fourth. So that's the third and fourth generation. The reason why I say up to the third and fourth generation is because of the experiment. If you cross a tall peak with a short peak, you have a dominant and recessive gene. You have 3 will come out short and 1 tall, or 3 will come out tall and 1 short. In either case, this is dominant or this is dominant, and this is recessive, and that is recessive. So it can be short and be dominant. So, and this is what happens with men and women. Notice a man is a Y chromosome, and notice a woman is an X chromosome. So she has 4 all the time, and he has 3 with an X, so he could be 3-4. But she is a 4x4. She an all-wheel drive. So she keep it popping. So he missing something. Thus, 4 and 3, the 7-pointed star. You put that Y and the X together, and you'll see why the Son of Man would be given a 7-pointed star and something added on to him in the form of intelligence to his DNA, to his strand. And that's why he'll say, I'm the son of mom. I'm the son of the mother. Because you have people saying the black woman is God. I say, no, the black mother is God. It's the mother tongue, not the other, it's the motherland. It's the mothership. So the black mother is God, not the black woman. It's the black mother that's God. Amen. The mother of God, Netero. Okay. So now we'll move on to so then he said he visits to the third to the fourth generation. We showed that. So remember the number 4. We do everything in 4s. Remember the number 4 is very important. 4 by 4, 16. Remember 2 by 2 is 4. Just remember 4. Because even in mathematics, 4 is a very special place. We got to do some math, y'all. You know that. This is a math place too. So let's do a little bit of math. Right quick. It ain't going to take long. We're going to do this right here. 4. If we said 1, let's do it this way. If we said 1 plus 1, that will give us 2. And 2 plus 2, that will give us 4. But wait a minute. If we said 1 times 1, that will equal 1. And if we said 2 plus 2, that will equal 4. You see that? Plus, addition is more than multiplication at number 1. And they even to each other, or equal to each other at the number 2. Only when we get to 3, that should be times. Only when we get to 3 times 3, does this equal 9. And 3 plus 3, this equals 6. So then the 3, 6, 9, when we get there, we get it. But let me show you something. Let me show you something right quick about that. Just make it easier for me to do it next time when I do it. So I showed you the 4s. So let me show you how I can do it. Okay, so we'll say, let's just say 0 plus, we're doing timetables over here. Let's keep it consistent. 0 times 1. And we go 0 times 0. But we're doing a different pattern. Okay. And then we'll say 0 plus 0 equals 0. And 0 times 0 equals 0. But this is going to be a new number. I ain't even telling y'all what it is. Because if 0 divided by 0 equals new, then the inverse of division is multiplication. So 0 times 0, the inverse of new would be this number. I'm going to say it again. 0 divided by 0 is new. 0 divided by 0 is new. It equals new. And the inverse of division, 0 divided by 0, is 0 times 0. And the answer is 0 divided by 0 equals new. So then that would mean that the inverse of new is this number 0. So now you have to figure out, what is this number worth? How much is this number? Because this number is something. It's the inverse of this. It's the inverse of this number. So it's something. It's the inverse of that number. This is something. Now you got to figure out what number that is. So that's a whole nother story. So now we're going to go 0 plus 1. And see, my class is very important because these are things that don't nobody in the world talk about and don't nobody in the world know. And we all know we took it for granted. This is real information, y'all. I'm saying it like it's just flying by you, but take me serious, man. Look, and goddesses and gods, look at this. Look, you do not know what 0 times 0 is because you did not know what 0 divided by 0 is. And you did not know what n divided by 0 equals. And that equals on. 0 n. And it's called on. And this number is called new. But you didn't know what these two answers were. So if you don't know these two answers, 0 divided by 0 and n divided by 0, But you claim to know this answer. 0 divided by n. And you claim to know this answer. N divided by n. Any number divided by any number is 1. Or new. And then any number. So 0 divided by 0 is new in singularity. Say that with me, y'all. Say it. 0 divided by 0 is new, a singularity called the pole. This is new, the singularity. 0 divided by 0 is new, the singularity or the pole. It's a single pole. It's new, the singularity. 0 divided by 0. N divided by 0, or any number divided by 0, is 0 and that number. So this could be 8 divided by 0. And this number would be 0, 8. If that was 6 divided by 0, that number would be 0, 6, and so on and so forth. So any number divided by 0 equals 0, that number. 0, that number. So now, and any number divided by 0, 0 divided by any number, they say automatically equals 0. So they say they had these two numbers. These two, they knew. These two, they did not know. So on the inverse side of this, 0 times any number, 0 times any number is supposed to give you 0. And n times n will always give you n squared. It'll make it square. So then, that tells us that 0 times 0 is 0 squared. Remember, I said this number got something, this number got weight. Now, all of a sudden, you realize this number is 0 squared, and if it's got a 2 on it, it's got weight. And really, this number now becomes 2 over 0. Because 0 to the second power is 2 divided by 0. And the answer to that, you know, is 0, 2. Wow. Now, you may not believe this. I know this probably hard for y'all. If y'all need me to slow down, ask me. But I'm telling you, listen to me. Look in any Google. Nobody knows what 0 to the power of a number is. Any number. Don't nobody know what 0 to the power of a number is. And they don't know what any number to the power of 0 is. They don't know. They don't know those two answers. Just like they don't know these two answers, they don't know this. Go Google it. Go Google it. And I'm telling you now that this number n over 0 is really going to turn out to be 0 on. And I'm telling you that 0 over n is going to really be 0. Okay? That's what I'm telling you. And there's other numbers I can show you too. But I don't want to get too far. But what I was showing you is that 0 divided by 0 is new. And the inverse of that is 0 times 0, 0 squared. And so this is not really nothing because this is 0 squared. So this is a square. So then when I say this number, the inverse of new, what's the inverse of new? The inverse of new is 0 squared. And 0 squared is equivalent to 2 on. And 2 on is equivalent to new. And so now we come down to n divided by n. Any number divided by any number equals 1. Well, 0 divided by 0 equals new. So then new is also equal to 1. But n divided by n equals 1, and n times n equals n squared. So this brings us to the number 1 though. It's a special number at this point. 1 times 1 equals 1 squared. So then the inverse of any number divided by itself is 1. And this 1 is equal to 1, or equal to 1 squared. So this n divided by n, the inverse of n divided by n equals 1 is 1 times 1 equals 1 squared. So you see that? This 1 becomes a pole because it is equal to its inverse, whereas nu is equal to its inverse. 2 on, and 2 on is equal to 1. I know that's confusing, but we're going to teach your children this. I'm going to teach your children this. I'm going to show them how to do this. If you give me the opportunity, I can show them how to do this. I can show them how to count. They can actually learn. They can actually see. Y'all don't want that? Even Joshua said, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. But don't hold the children back. You know he said that? That's what he said. He said, if you don't want to do it, suffer not the children to come. That's what he said. Suffer not the children to come. Don't let them suffer because you're going to suffer. You know the deal. You knew Watkins. You know the deal. You know it's 144,000. Okay, you ain't the one. Let your child come get the real truth. Don't do this. Don't let me have to put this out in the public like this for everybody to grab hold of it when we can master it and we can distribute it to the world. We ain't trying to keep it as a secret, but we can have the teachers of it already built. We can capitalize off of it. We can use it as a way of gaining respect in the world and earning trust amongst ourselves. We can have something that we bring to the world that we known for. What we known for now? Hip hop? What we known for now? Dancing? What we known for now? Rapping? Joking? Comedian? What? Sports? Athletes? And we were giants in the land. Come on, man. We athletic and we academic. Why we can't rule both of them? So please, let's get the mothers and the children involved with this motherly mathematics. Let's get them involved with this stuff right here. This is important. You realize what's happening before your eyes, though? This ain't never happened in the world. Nobody can divide by 0 in the denominator. 0 divided by 0 equals nu. But then we ask the question, what's the inverse of 0 divided by 0? 0 times 0 is 0 squared. They'll tell you you can't square 0 because 0 is nothing. But that's 0 squared. And it's a reason why. Because this 2 over 0 is equal to 2 on. And I told you, I can't tell you that. I'm going to tell your children, though. One of these days, with your help or without your help, we're going to get this job done. And I done started many projects and ain't stopped not one of them. I built an arbor, me and my family, on the reservation in 2017 for Dr. Malachi Z. York, using this mathematics, a science that would bring unity and love could be made in that environment, and people did not participate. People think their shortcomings is everybody's shortcoming. If I say I can build a pyramid, y'all will look at me like I'm a fool. That's what y'all will do. And no matter what I show y'all, y'all will still look at me like a fool. And because I need your help, you feel like you've justified in looking at me like a fool, because without your help, I can't do it. Because I'm in the love of the all. See, love, I'm in the love. In love. So you always in something. I'm in the love of the all. And all love is in me. I'm a part of the all. And the all is a part of me. That's the same thing. When you see me, you see the Father. For the Father is in me and I'm in the Father. All love is in me. I'm a part of the all and all is a part of me. I'm one with the all. And the all is one with me. I can succeed as a part of the all and fail as an individual. I'm trying to be a part of the all. I want to be a part of the all. I want to work with the all. I know I'm going to fail as an individual. Okay? The all is I am. The all can, I can. The all does, I do. When y'all get with me, when we realize that there's power in numbers, that is knowledge, knowledge is power, and the knowledge of numbers is your black power, black magnetic. That's alchemy. And this is it. This helps you free. This helps you make yourself free. This will help make you free, Dr. York. This is the mode of thinking you got to be on. So, 0 divided by 0 equals nu, and the inverse of division, or 0 divided by 0, is 0 times 0, and that equals 0 squared. And this square number is equal to nu. And so now you realize that. So now we go down to un. And we say, wow, so what's the application of un? When we divide that 2 from the square by the 0 that is over, we come up with 0, 2, which is un. 2 un. And that's that number right there. So this is why these become the real identity of number 1 and the real identity of the number 0. Because you see, the real identity of 0, this the phony 0. This the real identity of the number 1, this the phony number 1. This one only looks like it's the square. It's not the square. It's really the root. This one is really the root. They only say it's equal to this. The reason why they say it's equal to this, because 1 times 1 equals 1. But it's 1 squared. So you can't just say it's equal because this is 1 squared. And it's not really just 1. Even though it equals 1, and if we multiply 1, 1, 1, still be 1, but this is 1 squared. This is not 1. You can have 1 this way. Let's put it this way. This is 1. And then you can have 1 squared. Now, do those look equal to you? Or does that look like 4 of these? It looks like 4 of those to me. So you can't say that 1 is equal to 1 squared. So now, so this becomes the pole. This becomes the dipolarity, or dipole. This becomes the bipolarity, believe it or not. It becomes the bipolarity. I'm not gonna show it out. I can't do it. I want y'all to help me out. I can't do it. I can't show it out. I want y'all to help me out. Please. I'm begging. I'm asking. Help me out. I'm being humble. I'm asking. Help me out. Help me raise some money. Help me get the children here. Help me get to school. And I ain't got no help. Only person helping me is Basket. That's it. That's the only person helping me. So it's plenty of room for you to get in on the ground floor. If you're a watchdog type of person and you want to make sure the money go, be the damn treasurer. You got it. You want to know everything about the book? Be the goddamn secretary. You got it. Help me out. That's what I'm saying. You can be anything you want to be because it's nobody in control of this and there's only 2 people working on it. So right now, get in on the ground floor at the foundation and help build it in. See? No takers. But y'all gonna see. We're gonna make this happen. This is real serious business. And I've been all over the world with this, talking about the Declaration of Innocence, which they call the Negative Confession, the 10 Commandments, which are really the 10 Commandments. And you should Google the 42 laws of Ma'at, the 42 laws, because the 10 Commandments are really 613 laws. And when you look up the number 42, in mathematics, you'll find out it's a story called the number 42 is the answer to everything in mathematics. The number 42 is the answer to everything in mathematics. No wonder it's called Ma'at. No wonder it's called Ma'at, because the number 42 is the answer to everything in Ma'at. And it's 42 laws of Ma'at. Okay? And 42 is 7 times 6 equals 42. Just like 7 plus 6 equals 13. But this 42 is very important because 1 Kings 7:22 mentions these numbers. And we ain't gonna go into that. I'm not gonna reveal the secret on that. You know something else we could do? I've been told people this, y'all. We could rebuild what they call the temple of the Yahuwah that Solomon built. Or what they call the fictitious Solomon, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I know the math real, and I know that the math is real in the Bible because I tested it, and I could build one. And the bowl that they're talking about that nobody could build, that they say is 33. See, I can't write everything because y'all gonna get confused. It's gonna be too much stuff. But they said 30 cubits. Cubit, like a quart bit, cubits. So we already had cubits. When they say cubits, we already had cubits. That's an Egyptian measurement. They spell it with a Q, we spell it with a C. It was a certain measurement from the fingertip to the elbow. It was a cubit. And it's measured in the book of Revelation. All of the elders knew about the cubit. It's how you call it the temple. It's the temple of man. That's why it's called that. So they got a bowl in there, a brass C, a bronze C, and it's 30 cubits in circumference. But it's only 10 cubits of going across. So if we divide 30 by 10, 30 divided by 10, we only get 3. 30 divided by 10, we'll get 3. 30 divided by 10, we'll get 3. And so, really, if it's a true circle, we would get 3.14, 3.16. We would get Egyptian pi or 3.14. But so since we just get 3, and 3 is just the square root of 9, 3 times 9, 3 times 3 equals 9. So 3 just the square root of 9, then it's not really pi because you're missing point something off of that. So they don't know what that is neither. So you can look up 1 Kings 7:22. Ask any Hebrew Israelite or Israelite Hebrew, ask any one of them, say, explain to me 1 Kings 7:22. 7:23. 1 Kings 7:23. Sorry, 1 Kings 7:23. That's one away from 7:22. But it's 1 King. Because Joshua is said to be the King of Kings, and you know the rest of it. And the 23 elders, and Joshua would be the 23rd elder. The 4th seat, the 24th seat is for 144,000. So Joshua is now to be the 23rd elder. 1 Kings 7:23. He over the 7 archangels, the one ruler over the 7 archangels. This is the Yahuwah that was doing most of that talking. So now let's keep it popping. It reads in 4. Oh, it say he'll visit the 3rd and 4th generations. That's mathematics. That's genetics. The 3rd and 4th generation. Because the 3rd is connected to the 4th. Just like in the DNA, when they look at your chromosome, they look at your chromosome, they see that 2 of the chromosomes bonded. Even though you got 46, it appears that you have 48 because 2 on each pair are bonded. And then you have the separate X and Y chromosomes. So really, if you count on everything, it'll appear that you got like 49 chromosomes for real. It'll appear that you got 49. So you'll be close to it being like the Anunnaki because the Anunnaki got 50. So you'll be close. Apes got 48. Down syndrome got 47. You got 46. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. The Anunnakis came in 50s. So you mean to tell me that you don't have a link to what they call the animal called a monkey or ape that originally came from Kes-Il and Iduma? It came from planets like that, and it was a hairy being, and it became known as a troglodyte, and it became known as a dog or a hairy being, or a wolf-like being, or a chimpanzee type being, or a baboon type being. You get where I'm going with this? So yes, if you compare the chromosome count, then you can count your way back to the Anunnaki. This is just a scientific fact. It ain't nothing to argue about. It ain't nothing really to talk about. There's 46 chromosomes in a human, a normal human. You got 47 in the Down syndrome, which came from the T-bone, extraterrestrial. You got 48 in apes, and you got 49, which is very important, which was the number of cycles of the first Adam and the first Eve. 7 days, 7 times 7 will give you 49, as opposed to 7 times 6 giving you 42. And 7 times 7 will be a square, because 7 times 7 is a number times itself, which reveals something to you. It's a square number. And thus, remember the 7 that I told you about, the X and the Y, and putting that together and having a 7-point star. So this is important because it says that you will be given the bright and morning star, the beam, bright, early, and morning star. Beam. That's initial beam. Bright is B, early is E, and is A, morning is M, star is S. Beams. So you'll be given those rays of light. You'll be given those beams, those 7 rays, and you've been given them. You just don't see them yet. So I'm asking you to look closer. I'm asking you to help me out. I'm asking you to see that there is the knowledge that can be disclosed to the public, and I'm asking you to see beyond that what we got here. and what we're supposed to be working on and learning as Nuwapians. Bump what you heard. Do not listen to those idiots. Do you think Dr. York would hate this? Dr. York says on the video, the existence of the Most High. Go listen to it. Don't listen to me. Existence of the Most High, YouTube it. He says on the video, he said, I'm waiting. I've been looking for that something special, that somebody special. That's going to come along, and they ain't going to do it the way it's been done. They're going to do it a new way. They're going to have a new way of doing it. I'm that type of person, y'all. I'm the type of person who comes with that type of knowledge. I'm the type of person, I know that the scripture is real. I know the biblical code. So I know the parts of the scripture that's real. I know what's in, I know what's out, I know the deal. It's just that simple. It ain't got nothing to do with no ego, no arrogance, because first of all, the word ego is the self-arrogating aspects of a person that continues to make them compare themselves to others. That's what ego is. So what y'all define as ego is not even ego. I'm going to say it again. It's the self-arrogating aspect of a person that continues to make them compare themselves to others. Like, for instance, if somebody say, he ain't shit, I'm better than him. That's ego because you comparing yourself to me. If you say you can't do that, that's your ego talking because you compare me to you because you think because you can't do it, that I can't do it. So you the one with the ego, not me. So when people calling you saying you got an ego, you should say, no, that's egotistical of you. They don't get mad, but you say, no, egotistical of you. You the one doing the comparison. I ain't comparing with nothing. So that's egotistical of you and arrogant of you. That keep coming up in you. You stop that, not me. I'm not the one arrogant. I'm not the one egotistical. I'm not comparing myself to nobody. So that's what it is. So now, in number 4, you should not take the shame. That a word go, the shame, the name, Hashem. You should not take the Hashem and listen to the word Hamash. Hashem, Hamash. That's the backwards. Hashem, Hamashiach. Hashem, Hamashiach. Backwards. Now watch this. I want y'all to know something though, because we always talk about the Antichrist. I want y'all to Google the anti-Messiah. I like the anti-Messiah. Look up the anti-Messiah. That's who we need to be talking about. The anti-Messiah, not the Antichrist. Because the Antichrist comes for wicked people. The anti-Messiah comes for the people that's prepared and ready to roll. That's the anti-Messiah. So now, it reads, you should not take the Shom name, the Ren, the name of a Yahuwah Elohim. You should not take the name of this Yahuwah Elohim. Because remember, this is the same one that's claiming to be the Yahuwah or a Yahuwah among the other Yahuwah. So he came in to be the Yahuwah over man. So this Yahuwah claimed to be a Yahuwah of the Elohim over man. And he says they can't take no other name. They can't bow down to no idol. They can't make nothing for themselves of an idol. And they can't have no other God other than him. And they should not take the name of a God, his name, and use it falsely. For a Yahuwah will not hold him no call, guiltless, that takes his name and use it falsely. So don't take the name of the Yahuwah and use it falsely. So obviously, you could take the name of the Yahuwah and use it truthfully. Because it's a way to use it falsely and it's a way to use it truthfully. So you can take on the name of the Yahuwah or a Yahuwah, but you have to use it truthfully, not falsely. So number 5, Zakar. Remember, the 7th day to keep it Kodesh, holy. So they worked on mathematics. So being from the Sirius star constellation, the 7th star constellation of Sirius, being from there, this being made the 7th day holy. It don't say he rested. It say he made it holy. So then that day was a day of work because Yahshua worked on that day. And they thought he was violating the law. But he was saying that I'm not a man, I'm a God. And God's continue to work. On the 6th day, when y'all had time to rest, we kept building and we kept creating. We kept making stuff and forming stuff so that you would have something to do. We went and prepared a place ahead of you. So you live in the past, and we appear to live in the future. Okay? So now, you are not to rock salt, fight to kill. That's what he says. Now, it might sound like the same thing in the Egyptian, in the 42 laws, but the 42 stated, I have not killed a person, right? I have not slain a person. But this one tells you, you shall not do it. One of them was a declaration of innocence, and the other one is implanting your head to go kill somebody and let you know that you can kill somebody. But it's saying don't. And I realize the opposite like that is one of the reasons why our people don't help us. But I don't want to use a spell to try to convince my people of that. But I do realize that when you tell a person don't do that, they do it. If you say don't look back, they'll look back. You say don't, they feel like they got to do it. You tell a child, don't go in this bag. I'm leaving this house, don't go in that bag. You just pique the curiosity. That's how the devil works. And that's how this God works. Don't do this, don't do that. It makes you curious. Don't have sex. What is sex? I want to have sex. I want to see you. Don't do this. Don't talk. Don't go. So don't do that to your children. See, I'm doing it to you. Don't do that to your children. We have to find it. This is how we have to talk. We have to find another way. We have to find another way to do that. You see, this is important. That's linguistics. If you are trying to get a bomber to not bomb something, or trying to get somebody to stop from suicide, you got to know how to talk. You can't say, don't kill yourself. You implant the thought of killing yourself. You stay far away from those words. So if you want to help yourself in the waffle, you got to stay far away from those words to keep us under the spell. Case in point, white supremacy. Don't say that stupid ass word. It's no such thing as that. It's white inferiority, because their power struggle and power structure is built on the fact of they have an inferiority complex. And the fact that they have an inferiority complex breeds in them what's called genetic inferiority. And so they're willing to commit genetic genocide due to their genetic annihilation, genetic homicide due to the fact that they feel like they're going to be genetically annihilated. So then if we're going to overcome that, we got to speak, as I was taught, we got to speak impeccably. We got to use our words impeccably. We got to use the right tone in order to make things happen. We can no longer go around saying white supremacy, because those words empower them. It's white inferiority. And now that you know that, stop saying that. Stop saying the word queen. It's in the book of Revelations. Dr. York wrote it down. The harlot of Babylon, the word for queen means harlot. It literally means prostitute. We wrote the 5 P's up there the other day. What are they? Polytheism, politics, penal system, philosophy, and psychology. And over them all, the 6tuplication, because that's 5. So we're going to 6tuplicate that. The 6tuplication of that is pornography. This is what they're doing to you, y'all. So you have to watch and mind your mind. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world. And it's a lot of subliminal, seductive, suggestive, and subconscious messages. See that 4? Subliminal, seductive, subconscious, and suggestive messages going on. And you have to learn this lingo in order to protect your mind, your psychic self-defense. It has to rise up from the 3rd dimension, and it has to be protected from a quantum state, because the information that they're going to come out with now is going to drive a lot of people crazy. So prepare your mind now with the mathematics right now. I'm warning you, with the mathematics that's going to come out, a lot of people are going to go crazy. I'm telling you, be careful. I'm about to drink some water right quick, right here. I ain't going nowhere. Can finish this. Okay. Let's get it popping right here. One more time. That's that. You gonna come when you get a chance? Will you please come and say Rahul back? There's a lot of people asked me about you. People was like, "Where the queen at?" And then I know you had talked to somebody about the word queen, and I just talked about the word queen, and you don't like that word, but still, nevertheless, it's the intent and thought that counts. So, but let's get rid of the word queen, because it means harlot. It means whore. And we don't call each other that. And the word king also means harlot. It means whore. Because the word king and queen are the same word. I did a post about it. If we remember, I'm going to pull out the post. I ain't going through all the lingo right now with it. But king and queen mean the same word. Kwene is queen. And King are the same. Because you got a drag queen and a drag king and a dragon. You see that? Drag queen, drag king, drag con, draconian. You see that? Draco. You see that? That's where that come from. That's where that come from, draconian. So that dragon, that other seed, is just that. The drag queen, the dragon. That other seed, that enmity, and it's on video. Don't believe me? Go listen to the videos by Dr. Malachi York. He said at the end of the video, he said before it's over, the homosexuals, this is real. The homosexuals are going to be teamed up with the government, and they're going to be working for the government to lock us up. And right now, some of the main people that's willing to work with the government are homosexuals because they feel like they give them laws and they protect their rights. So you better be careful. I'm not trying to put anything out against any homosexual other than the facts of what I heard. This is what I heard. I'll speak only what I heard. And I'm telling you what I heard. So now, next. So don't be mad with me. Don't kill the messenger. Fight that message. Because it's the truth. Go ahead, Pastor.
Rahul back, y'all.
Rahul back, everybody. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah.
Now, yep. So you want to sit down or you going to keep doing what you're doing?
No, I'm listening.
Okay. So now, let's see. We're almost done with these 10 commandments of the devil and the wicked one, the dragon. So now you can't take his name. Okay? Then he say in 5, remember the 7th day to keep it holy. And that's Septet, Sirius. And the 7 heavens above Orion, called Uranus. Because it's 7-star constellation. The 6-star constellation of Orion is 6 stars. The 6-star constellation of Orion has a 7 heavens above it, 7 planes of heavens or 7 dimensions of heaven above it. And these lead to the first dimension of Sirius. And that becomes the new heaven and the new earth. And the former things that pass away. So you get Riz 19, you get Draco 18, you get Sirius 17, you get Orion 16, because Orion is the 6-star 16, Sirius is the 7-star 17, Draco is the 8-star 18, 18-star constellation, and Riz is a 3-star 19. And then you could come all the way back down, and you can name all the constellations based on 19, 18, 17, 16, and you can go all the way to the chambers of the south, as mentioned in the book of Job. Read the book of Job, you'll see he mentions Aldebaran, Mazzaroth, Pleiades, Aish, Arcturus, all of the star constellations, all of the chambers of the south, they're south of Orion. And even though they appear higher than Orion, they're south of it because I told you when I showed in the video that the stars that appear lower are actually going to appear farther or be farther on the planet. So now, let's keep going. This demon says to them, you are not to nawaf commit abomination. That's 7. 8. You will not garnab steal. Number 9. You are not to al-nah bear sheker false. Aid witness against your raya, neighbors and friends. So when people say raya, it means neighbor, a friend. You will not hamad desire your Israelite neighbor. So this is for the Israelites. These commandments were for the Israelites. Now remember, they just got 10. Remember, when they asked Joshua, he said only 2. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, right? And love thy neighbor as thou love thyself. So you got 2, and then you got 10 commandments, because they say these are the 10. And so it reads, you will not come out desire your Israelite neighbor's friend's house. You will not come out desire your Israelite neighbor's friend's Ish'ah. Ish'ah, that's a very important word. Ishshaw. Ish'ah. Confidant wife. My love, will you do me a favor? It's going to be kind of hard. Will you wipe the board out? Okay. Yeah, it was okay, right. So now, so my throat is dry. I got a rest.
I'll get you some water. You haven't even eaten.
I know.
I made dinner and you haven't even eaten. All right.
I know. But I want to get this in. Let's get this in house. I always wanted a platform where I could do what I want to do, and I could do it my way. And this is how I will do it. Introduction. Now, this introduction to the book. So we read the 42 declarations of innocence. We read the 10 commandments. We can see clearly they was taken from there. We know the Psalms. We know everything was taken out of Egypt. We got that. But some of the stuff was taken from the Hindu. Okay. Now we got that and the fallen angel. So we got that out the way. Now we want to do the little math right quick. The 42, and we want to Google the 42 laws, because it was 2 Nubian scholars who broke the 42 laws of Mayat down to just 10. Oh yeah, thank you for the green. So broke the 40. Drink this.
Yeah, we live off of those.
So anyway, we brought the 42 laws of Mayat down to 10 laws. And he said basically all of the laws are kind of repetitious, and these 10 laws cover the 42 laws. And he was saying that the 10 commandments came from that 42 laws being broken down into 10 substandard laws, and that's where the 10 commandments came from. Look it up. Don't believe me? Check it out. Google that. And they Nubian. Okay? So now, and remember this. That what is it's I can't even think of the name of the book.
What, is it a school?
Yeah, I'm doing. I ain't gonna say it because I don't want to say nothing yet. But let me show you. Okay, so we're gonna read the introduction. Introduction. I come forth to you as Amanubi Ruakta, as your Pharaoh, revealing to you the mysteries of the book of the dead. He reads, many have asked, who is Amanubi Ruakta? Simply, Amanubi Ruakta is the faithful informer, soul of the Tahites. My name, Amun Nubi, or what you may refer to as Amun, am that faithful deity. I am. That's what Amun means. Am that faithful deity. I am Amun of the Nubians. I am Amun of the Nubians. So we know that when Dr. York uses the word noob, he is talking about Nubian. He is talking about Nubians. Okay. Is that a part that we can write on?
Yeah.
Okay, when you get ready, I want you to write down the word Nubians, okay? Okay, Nubian. So when Dr. York uses the word I'm a Nubi, he is saying that I come forth to you as Amanubi Ruakta, as your Pharaoh, revealing to you the mysteries of the book of the dead. Many have asked, who is Amanubi Ruakta? Simply, Amanubi Ruakta is the faithful. Let me move that shadow. And let me straighten up my book a little bit. Maybe I could do it like this for a while. Is the faithful informer, soul of the Tahites. My name, Amanubi, or what many refer to as Amun, am that faithful deity. I am Amun of the Nubians. I am the Ruach, soul of the Tahites. I am Ta, opener. Ta is of the 9th element. The first element is air, Nifu. The second is water. What I read? Mu. The third is earth, Ta. The fourth is fire, Set. That's going to be kind of difficult for me, y'all. I wish I could do that for you. Maybe when Bastet comes, she'll hold it up for y'all and I'll read it. But right now we're going to do it this way. But I did like the fact that y'all could see it and read it for yourself. I'll flash back to the book from time to time for those that don't have it. The third is, so we'll start back from right there. I am the Ruach soul, so Ruach means soul, of the Tahites. I am Ta, opener. So he said he himself is Ta. opener. So we said Ta means land, Ta means opener. Because the first appearance of the breaking of the land from underneath the primordial waters or the waters of noon, that opening, that's the first opening. Ta or Ta is of the ninth element and also the first opener of the door to the ancient mystic order. The first, the keeper of the ninth. The first element is air, Nifu. The second is water, Mu. The third is earth, Ta. And the fourth is fire, Set. So you see he says that Ta means opener and he says Ta means earth. Now look how he spells Ta. Because he's trying to tell you something. That matters. See, because what we're doing, it matters. Because black love matters. This is black love. I love y'all. That's why I'm doing this. Black love matters. Not black lives, y'all. That black loves too. Black love matters. Mm-hmm. So you see where he got the word talk? Let me put my finger on. See where he got the word talk? Talk, the opener. Right on that line. Talk. See, T-A-R, a T-H. And then beneath that, he has the earth. Ta. T-A. So T-A and T-A-H or T-A-R, they're interchangeable and they synonymous. But he's showing you a little bit of difference in that because it's an R and an H on that. So remember that one of them means opener and one of them means land. So when you get to Ta Deneg and you get to the Neta, you see this, you see what I'm saying? That it means the open. Because remember, the whole reason for the Olmecs is because the whole reason for even having a North America is because of the continental drift. So then that would be a first appearance of a land, like rising up in the west. So Nubians, I want you to write down the word Nubians. Come on in, Sadie. I want you to write down the word Nubians. It's gonna be a lot more words later, but Nubians, and write down his name. I'm a Nubi. See it right here. I'm a Nubi, rock top. I'm a Nubi, rock top, above it. Yeah, I'm a Nubi, because Nubi is in that word. You see, A-M-U-N-N-U-B-I. N-U-B-I. Nubi. That's it. Now, Ruach. R-O-O-A-K-H. P-T-A-H. Amanubi Ruakta or Ruakta, because you don't pronounce the P. It's just like the letter D in Django or Zango. You don't pronounce the P. P is extraterrestrial. It's a number, not a letter. It was later added. It was originally a B, like Nuabu. But the P is acceptable because it's extraterrestrial tone. And that's something I was going to tell y'all about, so I'll get to it now before I forget. That tone is a doggone tone. It's mentioned in the Holy Tablets. The seed at the Segui, at the ceremony, every 60 years, and 50 years for the Hopi, and 300 years for the combination. At that ceremony, we have what we call the Po, the P-O, the Po. And the sound of this landing of the craft was Potolo, Botolo, Potolo, Potolo. So when you say that word, you're saying that seed. And that Potolo, if you know the tones, it went from Nuwapo. It come from Nuwapo, 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 Nuwapotolo. So that's where that word come from. That's where those tones come from. Those are sacred tones. Those are sacred words, especially to the doggone. Don't believe me? Check it out. Go check the Hopi. Go see what they'll tell you. Hopi, Poto, Potolo, Hopi, Hopito, Hopito Shimino, Hopi, Hopito, Potolo, Kolomoki, Molokai, Kolomoki, the islands of Molokai in Hawaii. This is the same language, y'all. We the same people. We are the Egyptians of the West. We are the incarnation. And the word was that you were supposed to be sleeping God and you will be awoke and wake up. This is it. You'll be blind and can't see. You thought you was going to be blind and can't see for real with your own eyes. No, you'll be blind and can't see these principalities. You can't see what they're doing because you need mathematics and stuff to help you out. Remember, this is not about me. This is about us helping each other. I need you more than you need me. I'm willing to admit that. So help us out because this is very important. The numbers and everything, the linguistics, everything is going to play out in our paradigm. We can save ourselves, y'all. Y'all playing around, man. This is serious business. And then the people that know the deal got to be bagged. Be for real. You're ashamed of yourself because you know it's the truth and you round people that been gave up and you know it's in you to do the right thing. Come do the right thing. Don't be a Cain. Don't do it. You're going to continue to walk through the door of sin. Nah. Sin, you're going to continue to travel through those doors. You'll never find the door of the truth. The truth is right here. I'm trying to tell you. It's not all over the planet. Everybody ain't got the truth. You can't be a harlot and go from person to person, question to question, getting bits and pieces of what you call the truth. No, you don't. It's only one truth. And it's only one truth, the truth. It's not going to be two truths. It's not going to be three truths.
True is true.
You seen the thing? You see it say they come from the hall of two truths? You see that? That's the children of light. That's the children that see duality. I'm telling you, this is not monotheism. Nu is right there. So it's not a duality. It's a singularity. It's a pole. Potolo. It's a seed. It's the one. It don't have none of that. It's not like one. It's not a polarity. So this is important. Now, so Dr. York, Amanubi Rakta, he writes, my name, Amanubi, or what many refer to as Amun, am that faithful deity. I am Amun of the Nubian. I am the Ruach, soul of the Tahites. I am Ta, open, Tar, Ta is of the ninth element. The first element is air, Nifu. The second is water, Mu. The third is earth, Ta. The fourth is fire, Set. The fifth is female, Nut. The sixth is evil, Nepti. See that? Evil, Nepti. Write down Nepti, please, my love. And then we write down Nepti, and then beside Nepti, I want you to write down evil. B, use a B, not a T. Not Nepti. Erase that. That's the female counterpart of Set. Now you just showed somebody something though. You just showed them that the P and the T interchangeable.
Right.
So if we said Neptis or Nepti, the female counterpart of Nepti or Set is Neptis, his sister. Just like As and Osiris. And you see, okay? So Nebty, Nepti. So then write evil. And then write Set right here. That's his name. And then I want you to write gold right here. Gold. Because another word for Neb or Nepti is the city of gold or the place of gold. The land of gold. Nepti, that'll be Nepta. Like Naptaplier. See that? Nepti would be Nepta. Like Naptaplier. Like Nuwapu, Nepta. Neptaplier. Nepti. So they confuse you with the T and the Y because one time the T be a tar and the next time the T is a determinant indicating a female. So when it's at the end of a man's name, like Set, it don't indicate a female. Or Seti, it don't indicate a female. Because the I or the Y is there. It's another vowel. So thus, you get a dual word. You get two words put together. We put two words together. So you get Neb, which means gold, and you get T, which is land, Nepta, a Neptaplier. So you get the land of gold, and that was Set's land. That's the land of Set ruled. Okay? For the first time that you hear the linguistics, it's the first time. Don't go tell me, oh, I heard a brother teaching like that the other week. Oh, I heard the deacon doing that. That's not fair. I don't like that. I like when we can say as Nuwapians, no, we own to something. We got that new nigga in town. We know somebody that teach something that don't know white people teach. We know somebody teach outside the box. We know somebody that don't teach that Google teach. We know something that don't nobody on the planet else know. we can still learn more. By not saying that, you know what you do? You put yourself in a box and you say, ain't nothing else to learn. That's what you do. Ain't no heights to reach. Ain't nothing else to do. The white man done did it all. He done did it all. We conquered. Only thing we can do is continue to repeat after him and do what he did and try to do it better. That's what you're settling for. But when you say you got something new, it's something new under the sun, then there ain't no limit, not even the sky. Let's do this, man. So Nepti or Neptah is called evil and related to evil for a reason. Not just because he said, not right, set, and then right, Satan. And then right here, set, Satan, evil, gold, set, right, the sun, S-U-N, sunset, sun. That's right, the sun. Satan, the sun. Set, sun. That's it. I'm sorry. You can, I'm sorry. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. Satan, or Satan, and Nepti, evil gold. But remember, in the Bible reads, and the land, okay, yeah, okay, the land of this, the land of this, the gold of this land is good. That's what it read. The gold of this top, the gold of top is good. But right here is called evil. It reads in the Bible. You'll write good right here above gold. Because they look alike, don't good and gold.
Okay.
Yeah, they the same word.
Yeah.
Good and gold. God too.
Mm-hmm.
So good and gold. So God said the gold of that land is good. Good. But they have evil. So somebody had the ability using alchemy to make bad gold on the planet at the time. Gold was in existence and somebody had the ability to make bad gold. Because this gold that these gods was talking about was good. And that gold was not in nowhere else other than Zimbabwe. It wasn't in the Persian Gulf, which is the African Ocean, by the way. But it wasn't in the so-called Persian Gulf. Even though the craft landed there, they went to Abyssinia. It said they went to the abyss. That's what it says. It said they went in Zuin and Inzu. They went to the abyss, Abyssinia, Ethiopia. They went under the waters. They went to Africa. They went to Zimbabwe. The mine's still there. The hole's still there. They went to Zimbabwe and they traveled up the Nile. And this happened pre-flood, before the flood. And they did all this work. And then when the Nile inundated, it moved north of them from where they were living along the Nile between Egypt and Sumer. It moved them all the way over to what you call Ararat or Arafat. So Noah is originally a Nilotic. And that's why when he landed in Ararat, which is between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, you notice Noah did not go into the Caucasus Mountains. They were right there. Right behind Noah was the Caucasus Mountains. He could have walked right where the white folks were. But he turned around. He cursed his son Ham. He cursed Ham's son Canaan. Canaan of albino. Canaan went that way. Like the Migos say, yeah, that way. Canaan went that way. Yeah, that way. Canaan went that way. That way. So Canaan went that way towards the Caucasus Mountains and towards the Black Sea. He went that way. But all the other three sons, because Canaan was just one of the four. Remember the thing? Draw three short lines, my love. Three short lines. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Now draw one long. Now draw three long. 1, 2, 3. And then one short. Remember we talked about that? That it's 3 dominant and 1 recessive. 3 dominant and 1 recessive. Well, Canaan was the recessive seed. He was recessive. And so he went and he had albinism. And he left and he went over there in the Caucasus Mountains. And Jephthah's son Javan went too. He went and followed Canaan. But that's another story. So remember that Ham and his sons, they would serve in the temples or in the tents of Shem. And and they would serve under Shem and under Japheth. So Japheth went into Libya. So we know the Libyans was at constant, they was nothing but Egyptians. They even ruled Egypt during certain periods of time. They'll say it was wars and fights, but it was just brothers and sisters arguing. So so now this after the flood. So we done lived the whole life before the flood. We talking about after the flood. We talking about after Noah pre-flood. He lived after the flood. So then after the flood, his sons, he had 3 triplet sons. This shows you something about the genetics and the mutations and the things that they was doing on the ship, and how they were splicing genes and stuff on the ship and all of that. So, and this is how Canaan was predicted to be born on the ship, and this is how the whole leprosy thing came about. Now, you never ask yourself this, but when you mix a tiger and a lion, you get a liger, and it comes out white. The question is, why would it come out white? Why would, because you mix a tiger and a lion, it comes out albino? What does mixing have to do with coming out albino? So when you think about mixing the original tribes of Nubian people with anything out there, a Neanderthal, a Java man, a Pithecus, whatever you want to call it, whatever you got, a Cro-Magnon, a Java man, whatever name they got for him, whatever type of caveman they done came up with that existed other than us, right? That when you mix one of us with that, they say, oh, these people came from you because they compatible with you. Tigers don't come from lions. And tigers are compatible with lions. They can give birth to a child. Right? But when they give birth to a child, the child comes out what? Albino. A white lion. So if you mix the original people with anything, it can produce albinism. Because it produces albinism in a tiger and a lion. This is what our people have to know. So now that you've been cleared up on that, you can stop saying that the Caucasian had to come from us. No, it didn't. It came from a mixture of your genes with some other type of being that produced them. That's what happened. He didn't walk out of your genes. Remember, I told you there was experiments going on the craft. Noah was a scientist. They were in control of animals. They were in control of a craft. They were being guided by extraterrestrial beings. There were 80 other beings on the craft. It was 8 of them on the craft. That's a specific number. That there was 8 of them. And the fact that the wives went on, and it was 4 men and 4 women. Think about the Odiad. Think about the people in Egypt. Think about the primordial waters. Think about the name Nu. Think about the waters of Noon. Think about the rest upon the light. Think about what's happening. Noah is an Egyptian. This is an Egyptian story. It's a flood story in Noah. They took the story from Noah. They took it into Sumer. And now they came in, left it in Babylon. When they came in under the Buccaneers, fed it to the Hyksos and fed it to the Caucasians and the Greeks. They later got it. They turned it into their Bible. And now they flipped it around, and the joke's on you. Because the truth is that the scriptures are real, and they created a fake one and a fake Christ and a fake everything to throw you off. And everything they're talking about is a real counterpart, but it's in Egypt. Period. Point blank. And in Sumer. So now we got Nephti, we got Amanubi Rockta, we got the Nubians, we got Nephti, and the post that the brother came up with, he said basically, what does write this word down, babe. We gotta erase that. It's NUWBT. NUWBT. Newt. Now we can all see that looks like Nuwa, Boo, Nuwa, or Nut. But this T could be the sound for top, or it could be the symbol for a woman. Okay? It can be a female symbol, or it could be the symbol for land, top. Okay? Because there'll be a vowel come after that, like Nut or Nuta. So now we are trying to distinguish This word Nut from Nephti, from Nubian. But he also wrote the word, write this word, N-U-B-E-T, Nubet. N-U-B-E-T. He said, set of Nubet. So now, this thing, Nubet, and we could have wrote set from the Bible too, but we ain't gonna get in that. So Nubet, I told y'all the other day that when they add the E, that's just European. And when they add the T, that's because they don't know whether it's a ta sound or represents a female. But they put it there. So, and because Egypt was matriarchal, they left the T there. Because they knew they would become patriarchal, and they wanted to be the opposite. So their religion became patriarchal, and ours was matriarchal. They had a spoken word, we had a written word. They had a intertwined six-pointed star, we had this. They had a upside down inverted five-pointed star, and we had a right side up symbol for nut, the star of the sky. They have a can't make idols, we make statues. They can't write a name, we can write the name of God. They can't, so they just totally reverse. We wear white to weddings, to funerals, and black to weddings. They wear white to weddings and black to funerals. They are the exact opposite of your culture. They are 6 ether forces versus the 9 ether forces on the planet. This is what the master teacher is talking about. The devil is not in the disguise. The devil is going against you. It's the adverse force. Every time you say Black Lives Matter, he say no, everybody matters. You say this, he say that. You say we need to be this, he say no, you need to that. Who is that? Who does that? And he ain't even of your race, and he getting in your business. And he done convince you that the Young Turk's your friend. He done convince you that Alex Jones your friend. He done convince you that the devil is your brother. And you walk around and you hug them all day. And you act like you don't know who they are. And I ain't talking about no white people neither. I'm talking about all other races. All other races can get possessed by the devil. Any of them can be the devil. Any of them. Indo-Chinese, Indo-Arab, Indo-European, Indo-Asian, Indonesian, Indus Valley, Hindu, any Indo-Aryan, Indo-Nordic. They got many names. Indian. So, yeah, that's who they are. So now we have Nubians, we have Nephti, we have Set, we have Nut. Now, we're distinguishing between if the word Nut or Nept, does it relate to Nubians or does the word Nut relate to Nephti? Does it relate to Nubians or does it relate to Nephti? Does it relate to gold or does it relate to these good people called Nubians? The passive people called the Thai. Does it relate to them? The short people, the pygmies. So what does this Nut represent? What does it do? Okay. So, mother, please.
You want me to read for you?
You want to read for me? Please do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they'd rather hear you than me. So now, where was I? Read, write, and the 9th is the deity. Yeah, we stopped at Neptune. Go back to the 1. Some more.
The first element is air, Nifu. The second is gas. The second is water, Mu. The third is
Jin.
The third is earth, Ta. The fourth is fire, Set. The fifth is female, Nut. The sixth is evil, Nephti. The seventh is male, Geb. The eighth is angel, Shut. And the 9th is deity, Ra.
So Ra is the Ennead. Ra is the 9th one of the Ennead. Keep going, mother.
One like myself comes every 25,000 years. I am a supreme being who has come for the renewal of your forgotten story. One of the ancient ones called Neteru by some, Avatar by others, and an Ila Mutajisada by even others. I have access.
Okay, stop right there 1 second. What did he call himself? What do they call him? He has come every 25,000 years? 25,000 years is the equinox. It's the precession of the equinox. The Earth is 24,896 miles. Rounded, that's 25,000 miles. They put in years. That's one count. It's a count for 24,000 years, and it's a count for 26,000 years. If you look up the number 26, that's 13 plus 13. 26 is a very special number, especially coming up in quantum physics. I'm just warning you. 26 alphabet is going to be a very special number in quantum. Okay? Because 1 plus 3 is 4, and that's 13, 13, 13. Let's go. So now, what did he say, my love? He said, your forgotten story, we reminded them. And then he said the ancient ones?
Avatar.
Oh, okay, yeah, avatar. We know avatar, that's a Hindu word. What else is he? That's an Arabic word. It means Ilah, and it comes from Sumerian. And Ilah is another word for like Allah. But Ilah Mutajasida, it means an incarnation. That's all it means. The avatar is an incarnation.
I have access to all the forces necessary to retrace and foretell. I qualify by the forces of nature to receive and disclose universal right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding. Unveil the past, emphasize the present, blueprint the future. What I inscribe within the confines of these pages of the Book of the Dead, coming forth by day, is meant to destroy the barriers between the woolly-haired people who were the indigenous people on this planet, Nuban.
Stop right there. Who were indigenous people on this planet? Nubans. Spell Nubans for me right quick.
It's N-U-W.
N-U. Ah, I need to
this one.
Okay, N-U-W.
N-U-W. B-U.
B-U-N. Nubans. So now this word look just like this word. So we had Nubians, Nepti, Nupt, and now we got Nuban. We're going to pull a Hebrew Israelite. Read. No, I'm joking.
Indigenous people of this planet, Nubans, coming forth from the star Sophis, the female deity, and sometimes Isis, and the star Sirius or Osiris.
So the female deity is Sophis, Sepdet, Sirius, Isis.
The original Moors, with our spiritual science, Nuwapu, and heritage, tribe of the Washita, before you move on to a higher life form.
Stop right here. One thing I want to mention, right here, doesn't it read, and the star Sirius or Orion?
Yeah, Osiris.
Or Osiris? Mm-hmm. Let's show them that, because I need them to see that, because Osiris represents Orion, and Sirius represents the stars above Orion. So we want to make sure that everybody see at the bottom of the page, right there, it tells you that it's also Osiris. So Osiris represented Sirius too. He wasn't just from Orion. He took over rulership in Orion, but he was originally from Sirius, from the mother. Let's go.
Okay.
Wait, read that again. The original.
It says the original Moors.
The original Moors. Let's write that word down. How do you spell Moors?
M-U-U-R-S.
Okay. We write down M-U-U-R-S. And that's French. The original Moors. And then he got in parentheses next to it. M-O-O-R-S. Moors. Okay.
Mm-hmm. With our spiritual science, Nuwapu, and heritage, tribe of the Washita.
So we got a spiritual science, and our spiritual science is called Nuwapu. So it's necessary to write Nuwapu, because Nuwapu got these same consonants in it, right there. We'll write it right here. We'll write it right here. How you spell it? Nuwabu or Nuwapu?
Nuwabu would it be?
Okay, Nuwabu. So now we got Nuwapu, we got Nubs, and we got Nubans. Now, we know these Nubans, they are people. So these are the people. So these are Nubans, meaning brown. This Nubian, brown. We know Nubt is Set, is evil, and it also means gold. But gold can be brown. Something can be golden brown. Brown golden. So then now you got Nuwapu. So now these could be Nuwapu. So this word right here, Nuwapu, in this context, this word would mean to prophecy, or even to be a god, the ability to see into the future, the prophecy. That's what that really means. Communicate, but prophecy. So prophecy, the people, and gold. So now, this is what these three words mean. Even though they look alike, they have different meanings. So when the brother asks, what's the difference? I'm showing you the difference right now. And Dr. York gonna make further distinctions. Go ahead, my love.
Let me speak to you of who you are and your ancient heritage. When I, Anubi Ruach Ta.
Wait, hold on. You read that top part?
Oh, read
this is another part of the chapter.
Yeah, this is the title. It is called Retracing Our Story, Coming Forth by Day. Let me speak to you of who you are and your ancient heritage. When I, Amunubi Ra'ata, speak of retracing our story, not his story, it takes us back to the ancient ones, Tarit of the Ptah, later called Mitzrayim, or Egypt, which was also called Chami.
Wait, stop right there. Go back just a little bit to our story. It takes us back. What he said, it takes us back.
Let me see. Okay, this takes us back to the ancient ones.
Mm-hmm.
The Tarit. He spelled T-A-R.
Yeah, Tarites. The Tarites.
Okay, sorry, the Tarites.
Yeah, Tarites.
Tarites.
So the Tarites, we know he said Tar and he said Ka. Okay? So those are the Tarites. So now, wait, go ahead. What with? Oh yeah, Tarites up top, and they were later what? Called what?
Called the Mitzrayim.
Okay, watch this. Now he got Tar 3 times right there. But he don't tell, he got Tar T-A-R, T-A-H, and P-T-A. But he don't have the one for land right there. That's opener. But he don't have land right there. He got opener, the opener of the land. Because it's the opener of the way. The opener of the east, the west, the north, and the south. So these are directions on the land. So he the opener of the ways and the opener of the waters and the land. So that's who Tar was. So it still relates to land. Like Tiamat or Tiwawat and all of that. Or Tanun, or Tanin. Those are names for the earth. Ta. So, now, what did he say, my love?
It says
he said Mitzrayim.
Mm-hmm.
So now, right there, if we wrote the word Mitzrayim, Mit-Re, that means mystery. That means black. Like mystery, like black, dark mystery, that means black. And when they say yin, that means water, yom, or sea, water, yom. Or when you say fayim or fayim, it means a lake or a face of water, fayum, in Egypt. So you get Mitzrayim, and then you get Faratu, which is the 2 rivers or the 2 fruit. So this yin is like Elohim. It's a plurality. So it's 2 rivers. And this is one of the sons of Ham. So let's do it. Noah, and we're just going to name the men, had 3 sons, Shem, Japheth, and Ham. He had 3 sons, Shem, Japheth, and Ham. We ain't going to worry about Shem. We ain't going to worry about Japheth. Japheth had Jonathan and a couple other sons. But Ham had Cush, Phut, Mitzrayim, and Canaan, the 4th son, the 4th one of the recessive one. So Ham had these 4: Cush, Phut, Mitzrayim, and Canaan. Japheth had Javan. Javan went into Europe and married Iris, gave birth to some Edomians, some more troglodytes, some more Edomites, not to be confused with Esau. So he married Iris, Conan the Barbarian. Canaan also went in there. But notice now, Japheth gave birth to Javan. Japheth's son got raped over Canaan. So Japheth's son is the one that married Iris, Conan the Barbarian's daughter. Canaan married their offspring. And thus his albinism turned into leprosy by mixing in with these people who had already mixed in with the Black Sea through Japheth. These these Ionians, Iris, and Conan the Barbarian, which produced the Idonians or the Idumeans. And these Idonians or Idumeans later became the Jews, Gews, or the Greeks. And so that's where they get their story from, the Greeks. So they became that. So that's how Canaan get tied into the Greek. That's how Canaan became the white man. And that's why Jephthah in Libya, that's why they always had to fight Greece off. Because they always tried to tie into the vine. Because they knew, the people from Greece knew that they had traveled through the caves and went over there into the crevices of